Yep. I go tomorrow.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Mr. Pizell, can you hear us?
So what were you doing?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Got a second? Are you doing?
Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. How are you? Good.
Rob Pizell, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
No.
That was a nice. Beautiful. Yeah, yeah.
We're on the right road. Did you have weather down there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys met, okay, we're talking. This is Erin, she's our, what you're. She's our do everything. She makes everything happen.
Right, almost very nice to meet you.
Right.
Well,
She's,
Oh.
How are you?
Right.
Your wife is like my
This idea
sister.
is-
Oh, yeah. What is that?
How are you?
Okay.
So you, they want to get a conference.
no.
There was a like channel.
Oh, yeah.
And she got up there and she was just so on it, and then somebody in the
Rob
audience
Danny.
was like, "Oh, we were just, yeah, we were working in fire." And she's like, "Let's chat," and she turned back around and just, she knew not, I was like, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
Fabulous, fabulous.
You definitely don't want to get on her bad side.
So he said he can hear us.
Might be
He can hear us, but we can't hear him. Let me put it this way, I definitely don't want to get on her side.
No, I
This is merely political theater. Close.
was.
Rob Pizell, can you give us a voice check?
Yes, Jeff, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Today's Thursday, April 21st, 2022, 9 a.m. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers in silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. So please just take a quick second, make sure it's on silent. Seems like every morning meeting, we have somebody that goes off. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable, may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict the comments based upon viewpoint. Board of County Commissioners convening as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs GID, and during this meeting, they convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or separately posted agenda. This meeting may break for lunch between 11:30 and 1:30, and we will go to the roll call. And please let the record show that all commissioners are present in chambers. Are you guys catching the audio okay? We don't have mic stage, realize.
Correct, it's right up there.
Oh, is that new?
No, it's been that way the entire time.
Wow, okay. So we got a roll call, item number 2, invocation given by Reverend John Poundstone, Joy Church. Good morning, Reverend. Morning, John.
Good morning. Father in heaven, we thank you for your presence, for your goodness, for your steadfastness, for your mercy. Your holy scriptures tell us that we can ask you for wisdom, and so we do. May each decision made today be pleasing to you. May our proceedings today be pleasing to you. I specifically ask your blessing upon this meeting, upon each community in our county, upon our county and our state. May your kingdom come. May your will be done in this meeting and in our communities as it is in heaven. Thank you for joining us today, Father. We love and appreciate you in the name of Jesus. And now will you all stand as we give the Pledge of Allegiance.
That's right, we lead us, please.
Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, John, and hope you had a happy
Thank you.
Easter and he is risen.
Indeed. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go on to our first public participation. Is there anybody in chambers that has public participation for items that are not on the agenda today? Okay, do we have anybody online? Okay, saying no. Yeah, I was, okay, there's not anybody for public participation, but you need to read it in. Public participation, no action will be taken on any item until it's properly agenda. It's anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Afterwards, please print your name at the clerk's desk. So I'll call again, any public participation from anybody in the audience or anybody online? Saying none, we are, let's see, item number 5, we are going to review and take a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
Someone.
You guys are worried me there. We're gonna sit here all day.
Where's the coffee, Jeff? We need more.
We can't do anything without an agenda, guys. All right, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. We have an agenda 5-0. Okay. Item number 6 is a time certain at 9:30. What time have we got right now? Okay, so we're gonna go on to item number 7 here real quick. Presentation of awards and a recognition of accomplishments. Item 7A, for possible action, recognize Denise Johnson in the district attorney's office for her extra work and involvement setting up and implementing the new case management system for the office. Mr. Rye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Steve Rye, Lyon County DA. I'm excited to be before you today to recognize Denise Johnson. She works in our Dayton office, started with the DA's office in 2005 and has been an asset to the DA's office, the county, and the citizens. Today, we recognize her for her hard work. As the board knows, we've implemented a new case management system over about the last 15 months. And Denise has been instrumental in making that happen. And we really appreciate everything she's done to get it up and running in a workable fashion over the last year and a half, including lots of bumps in the road. And she's done all that while doing all of her other duties, which is a full-time job in Dayton. So I wanted to recognize Denise and thank her for all her hard work, especially with this project. And so we have a certificate for today. I'll just read it. Certificate of Appreciation awarded to Denise Johnson in appreciation for your service to the Lyon County District Attorney's Office and Lyon County in the implementation and development of the new case management system. Awarded this 7th day of April 2022. Ken Gray, Chairman, Lyon County Board of Commissioners. So, Denise.
You did tell her you selected a new system that you're implementing next year, right?
Right, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't think anything would surprise me. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Did you guys want to do a picture? Or?
sure.
Thank you. Suck it in, we'll put the eyeballs on.
Somebody smile.
If you look this way, please, real quick. Thank you so much.
Bossy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, for any of you guys that have ever implemented a new, especially a case management system, you know what a pain it is, so hats off to Denise on that one. Okay, item number 8, commissioners' comments and county manager reports. So we will start with Commissioner Jacobson. Sir, you got any comments today?
Just a few. Attended the Fernley Planning Commission meeting, Fernley City Council meeting, both via Zoom. Also, just wanted to touch base a little bit. Thank Josh Foley for the budget meeting we had last week. Also, ARPA funds, I want to thank all those that presented asking for funds. I thought there was a lot of very valuable projects presented and enjoyed that process. I was glad we made a special day for that. I believe we made that decision in Silver Springs a while back, and I thought that was the right way to do that. So I want to thank Mr. Page, Mr. Foley, and all the other staff that helped organize that morning and well into the afternoon. Other than that, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
Chairman
Kelly.
Gray.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I attended the Silver City Advisory Board the other night. Of course, they are disappointed that we weren't able so far to fund their cemetery issue, but I'm sure that we will be revisiting that at a later date. That's all I have.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Just thanks to a lot of the people that are working for Lyon County. A lot of constituents call me with questions and problems, and it seems like whenever I call one of the offices, I get excellent help and resolving problems for the people in Lyon County. So I do appreciate all of the different county offices.
Thank you, sir. County Manager.
Good morning, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. A few things to report on. Commissioner Henderson has requested, and I've been working with the BLM and Forest Service. We will be doing a presentation, probably the second meeting in May. Kind of depends on their schedule and what the first meeting in May's agenda looks like. And right now, bring dinner. We will also be discussing, as you know, the solid waste management, solid waste disposal franchise, first meeting in May. Mr. Haskin and myself will be getting with you to schedule a special meeting here in Dayton to address two things. One is the second bridge location, and the second part is the implementation and formal adoption of the storm drainage master plan for the Dayton area. So we'll be doing that here in Dayton. In late July or August, we'll be doing a workshop with the board. And I think we're probably going to include the Planning Commission in that workshop as well on code enforcement. And the reason I'm looking at the Planning Commission is so they have an understanding of what difficulties that we have and the issues we have, because they are also getting phone calls in regards to code enforcement and identifying what code enforcement does besides public nuisances and how the decisions they make, what that does to our staff and enforcing portions of those codes. So those are all coming up. We're moving forward with that. Commissioner Henderson also requested some updates with emergency management. I sent out an invite yesterday. DEM will be here next week to do a meet and greet. They have a ton of new staff in Yerington. I will be meeting with the chief to set up a date so we can have him come to the board as well. We had one set priorly, and then I can't remember, something happened but in the state that we couldn't do it. So we're putting it off until we can get a better date. Mr. Foley has advised that he's going to be coming to the board. He's not here today. He is, if you don't know, he is the interim chair of Pool and the vice chair of PAC due to a recent retirement of Cash Clay out of Elko County.
Cash Miner.
Sorry. Yeah, Cash Miner.
Yeah, that's Muhammad Ali now.
Yeah, Cash Miner. So he's taking on that role, and they're doing board meeting today to get business addressed. But he will be bringing back to the board some clarification he needs from the board in regards to what we do with ARPA funding moving forward. And then finally, if you don't know, Daphne Hooper, who's the city manager for City of Fernley, announced earlier this week that she is resigning from the City of Fernley. She's taking a job with the University of Nevada, Reno. I want to publicly acknowledge her for her efforts in the last several years that she's been the city manager and building a positive relationship between the city and the county on a variety of issues. When we were dealing with building the senior center in Fernley, we had some disagreements on a variety of things, and her and I were able to get both of our staffs to sit down and have discussions on how we're going to address some of those disagreements. So just one example of the outreach that she had to us. We worked on a variety of issues over the years that have been to the benefit of both the county and the city. So I do appreciate everything she's done. We did send her a congratulatory card for her new job, and she will be surely missed, at least by staff, on the day-to-day interactions that we have with her. So she's been very much open. She didn't provide her cell phone to many people, but she did provide it to us on a regular basis, and we could call her after hours or weekends and to be able to do things. So look forward to seeing her succeed, and what the city does with the new city manager. We'll reach out when they make that decision. So other than that, sir, everything else is moving forward as it's supposed to be. And if you have any questions or comments, people are happy to address those.
Okay, a couple. One, I'm assuming BLM, you mean Bureau of Land Management, I hope?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was that meeting about? You said to schedule a meeting with, but you didn't say what the nexus was.
So Commissioner Henderson asked some time ago to have the federal land management agencies come to the board, give a presentation on what they're doing in the county, those kinds of things. So BLM has been the easiest to get a hold of and get scheduled. Forest services have been a little more difficult. They tend to not answer phones, and to the Forest Services benefit, they've had a ton of senior staff retire and move on. So they're in the constant process of getting new staff on board. So hopefully later on this year, we'll have U.S. Forest Service as well as Bureau of Indian Affairs approaching the board and discussing what they do with land management for the respective lands that they manage.
Nice. With code enforcement, I do want to thank you for jumping on that issue. We got pictures over the weekend from Scott Jolkover.
Correct.
Did we determine if that's public lands or is that private? Or?
It's Bureau of Land Management land. We had notified BLM, and we're waiting for a response back as to what.
So who do we put pressure on to get that village? Because that's not just a one camp, that's a village, and that's also the one, if I'm not mistaken, that started the fire last year, wasn't it?
I don't know that for sure.
Same location.
But I believe so, yes. So I will get with our code enforcement guy. He's the one that's been making the contacts and find out where we are and who we need to put pressure on.
Okay, and if we need to put pressure on to get that cleaned up and moved out, that would be great. So the DEM meeting, so we're gonna do that here, because I'm wondering if we get that scheduled, go down there so people can see their facilities, see their, their option.
We can do that. Again, Commissioner Henderson requested basically to identify what the board's role was in emergency management kinds of things. And so we've thought it best to bring the state in to explain the entire process so that you understand. We've had challenges in the past where statewide where cities under the federal system, cities other than large urban areas have to go through counties. And so we just wanted to do probably a 20-30 minute presentation from the state as well as the county, what we do with emergency management. We can schedule a field trip to the state operations center.
I think that'd be neat also. I'd like to request that. So we can, and it's kind of because you got the J3 on the one side for the Army National Guard or the National Guard. And then literally you've got like a mirror on the other side for DEM. And, so people can understand the interoperability and capabilities would be.
One of the most significant changes is the last session, the state put DEM under the control of the National Guard. They're no longer part of the Department of Public Safety. They are now a branch of the National Guard.
Well, there we go. So it's pretty neat to see. And once you have an idea of how it flows, and how
We've kind
it
of
goes.
come full circle, haven't we, Governor?
Yeah. All right, thank you, Jeff.
I just have one request. You said you sent a letter to Ms. Hooper for congratulations on the new job. Can we do something for recognition of all hard work with Lyon County and the city of Portland? I think she deserves it. She's worked very hard with us.
Yep, she's been a phenomenal
We're gonna miss
asset
her.
for us.
Be nice to get her a nice plaque or something that great with their signatures or something.
Between her and the mayor, things have been very well for the last 8 years or so for the city and the county.
Oh, yeah, the relationship has gotten infinitely better. Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Gray. Where are we at with the opioid money? I know that some of that's.
We put it into the county manager retirement fund.
Buy your opioid, supplement your opioids or
Yes.
to.
I don't have an answer for you. I will get with the
Seems like
district
they're
attorney and
close
find
to
out.
cutting some of that loose. And then, is there another pot of money coming down from the state similar to the ARPA funds, another little bit coming out? Or is that not the case?
I've not received any notification from the state that they're releasing any funds to local government. They do have a number of programs that they're putting out for the private sector. I know that the economic development folks on both EDON and NNDA are putting information out about how to apply for funds if they qualify. So I believe that's through the state program, not local programs.
Thanks.
You bet.
Also, wasn't there something about Bill coming in sometime, or it was just,
So PILT, we will know end of May, first part of June, what we're getting for our PILT, if Congress has actually allocated PILT or fully funded it. So far, the last several years, they have fully funded it. PILT is a very sore issue with the East Coast representatives in Congress and the Senate. Because they don't have a lot of federal lands that qualify for PILT. So it's always controversial with budgeting dollars, those kinds of things. But we should know in the end of May, beginning of June, what we're getting and how much.
We have a solution, they can just give us our land.
And they can make it,
Send tax bills.
we have the 11 Western states and National NACO has battled with Congress over the years to make it an automatic situation and not have to go through their budgeting process, or if they even have a budgeting process to get that funded. But so far, those bills have all died, and all of our delegation from Nevada and the 11 Western states have all been unanimously supportive of getting it through. It's just getting the rest of the Senate and the House to follow suit.
If I could chime in on that, because that tilts an issue I've worked on quite a bit, and it is an annual battle to get it funded. There's a county commissioner out of the state of Montana that knows way more about PILT than anybody living should know. I blame that on the long cold winters up there, but he has been fighting for decades on PILT, and so has Nevada NACO and National NACO as NWIR. So it's a constant battle because, as Mr. Fay said, eastern states don't have public lands and don't understand why they're giving taxpayer money to western states for the land. And we get pennies on the dollar, basically.
Mr. Chair, if I may, a couple more things I thought of. So May 10th, if you don't know, the legislature in the last session, they appointed, as they normally do, a number of standing committees, but they've also basically put, as an example, government affairs is now a standing committee of both houses during the interim. They've asked us to come present on May 10th. I don't know whether it will be in person or by Zoom. They're still working through that process. Where we are with budget, what are we looking at in the next 18 months to 2 years, how we spend ARPA funding. It's the usual, like we do at the beginning of every session with government affairs. Here's Lyon County, here's the things that we do. So we will be doing that. Once I know whether it's on Zoom or in person, I will send out an email to you folks so that you're aware of that. And also on Friday, the Nevada Grazing Committee has requested staff to come do a discussion with them on what we're looking at for lands bill. So Andrew is going to handle that, but we have conflicting appointments. So I will be up firmly at 9 o'clock at their meeting to address whatever questions they may have in regards to the land bill from the Grazers Association.
What day is that?
Friday, tomorrow, 9:30, 9.
We don't have a lands bill yet.
Correct, but I mean, it's become, and we're, as we start to go down this process, I've been in Lyon County my entire life and been around ag my entire life. I had no idea that there was actually a group of grazers that met on a regular basis and deal. So it's somebody else we can reach out to. We reached out to the Farm Bureau. We reached out to a variety of other entities. It's just one more group. So we'd be more than happy to go up and answer their questions and discuss their issues and concerns.
And as long as you touched on the lands bill, when do you think we'll get an update about that and what we're looking at?
I anticipate that we'll probably July, August timeframe, we'll have the first round of maps to look at. We're in the process of putting, I guess we've had before. We have met with some people. It's a bit controversial and said, you're gonna have to take a look at what you're actually asking for and come up with something different. And then we'll bring to the board a variety of options that they have to move this process forward. So we have, on that, we've also some, because as you all know, it's election season. So we've had some difficulties
Fun and games.
I won't say difficulties, some challenges with the congressional delegation and some key people that work for members of the congressional delegation are now doing different things because it's campaign season. So we're supposed to be getting a listing of the people we're supposed to be chatting with sometime in the next couple of weeks once they've got that figured out.
You're assuming they'll figure it out.
I'm hopeful. I'm trying to be optimistic.
So we got about 5 more minutes. We'll go on ahead and move on to elected officials reports. Start off with the DA.
No report today. Answer any questions anybody has.
Nikki?
I think you'll hear enough from me later.
Okay. Sure, Honeywell.
Frank, I'm off record. I don't have anything major to report either. We're still actively working on investigation of the robbery in Silver Springs. A significant event yesterday in Mason Valley. So things are still busy as usual. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Other than that, I'll sit down.
Got the bike yet? Question? Any other elected officials? Anybody need to take a quick break before we get started? Or time certain? No? Okay. We will start off with our appointed official reports and start with Shayla. You want to start off? We'll go back at 9:30.
Good morning, Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. I provided a report for you. I don't have anything real novel to add to that. On May 26th, we will have the Board of Health. I mentioned that last meeting where we will go over opioid litigation funding as far as what its approved uses are and what some of our recommendations as stakeholders working within the county have at that point in time. There will be additional opioid litigation funding coming down through the state, which will require a needs assessment, and I am working with NACO's public health position. It's a new position that NACO has funded to put together that needs assessment and gathering that data from the state for what's available. Other than that, it's business as usual, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Andrew, you can go next.
If you must.
I was gonna call Eric, but
Oh, well.
No.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director. I just wanted to point out, I haven't forgot about the written report that I normally submit every month at the second meeting. Just this month has been pretty busy with all the extra meetings that we had last week. I haven't had a chance to get out and take pictures. So you will see that at the first meeting in May. So I do apologize for the tardiness on that. The next meeting, you're gonna see a couple of Title 15 amendments that we're putting forward. They already went through the planning commission. They're doing with airports. So you'll see that at the first meeting in May. And I think Jeff already kind of talked about some of the projects that I'm working on. So then if anybody has any questions. Oh, one other thing, if you get a chance, if you haven't already seen it, the Webstront building up around the corner here is going vertical. My understanding is they're tilting up walls, so kind of an impressive project. So if you haven't seen it and like to,
The walls are up, yeah.
are they?
Yeah.
I haven't been up there myself in a couple of weeks, so I'm gonna go check it out after the meeting.
Mr. Anderson, do you have a comment?
I was just saying, it is a very impressive project.
So we have one last appointed official, I think, in the room, and that would just be Eric. Do you have anything today?
Yes, sir.
And you're here, though.
I'm here.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have finished appointed officials reports. We're gonna go back to
There
her.
might be some online.
Well, Dave Burkett has got his time later. He's scheduled on an update. David, did you have anything now? Didn't see anybody with a hand up, so.
Hi, Commissioner Gray. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be over there. I had to take care of a couple things in the office, but I don't have anything to report, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, because you are right next door.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you were here when I got here and then you pulled the Houdini act.
He's a smart man.
Yes, he is.
Anybody have any questions for David? All right, thanks, David. All right, now we'll go to our time certain if nobody has any objections to that.
Mr. Chair.
Sir,
I would suggest, since we're getting this week probably lengthy, I don't know if anybody's got to use the restroom or anything, we do that before we get into this.
I offered, nobody said yeah,
Okay.
so.
Well, then you went on to more.
You know what? All right, forget it. We're gonna take 5. Sorry, Commissioner Keller pulled a fast one on me. She walked in and then walked out, so we'll give just a second. Anybody heard any good jokes lately? You can tell. Yeah, you can tell.
I didn't say I'd be telling you.
Well, thank you, but it was a great discussion. Glad we could get together and talk about it. All righty.
When you're not expecting it.
No, this is me. I always expect it. Item 6A, time certain 9:30 a.m. For possible action, discussion and deliberation to request the Lyon County Clerk to conduct voting in the 2022 primary and general elections within each precinct. Use commercially available secure paper ballot and hand count paper ballots at precinct level submitted by Lyon County voters to ensure accuracy and transparency of the democratic voting process. This was requested by myself. And first and foremost, I want to say, Nikki and her office, they do an excellent job. This has nothing, this is no bearing on them, their integrity. There has never been that I know of, and nor would I ever level any allegations of any wrongdoing by your guys' office. You've got a stellar, what, 24 years with the county?
30.
30. So, please don't think this is an attack on your office. Not by any stretch of the imagination. The genesis of this was going back as far as 2016, and then into 2020, then into 2020. There has been widespread allegations of voter fraud, irregularities. The list goes on and on of allegations. I've got a list here in front of me just from the 2020 election. I can read just regarding Nevada specifically. 42,284 duplicate votes that were cast by voters with matching name, address, and birth date. 15,164 people from out of state voting that were not student or not military. 8,842 from commercial addresses. 3,463 from vacant properties. 3,262 from non-existent addresses. 2,468 from voters who have permanently changed their residence address to another state. 1,506 votes from deceased voters, and 3,987 votes from non-citizens. When you have those kind of specific allegations, to me, that says there's something wrong, and maybe not at the county level, but surely within the state. And when you've got people that see this and then they come to you and say, well, my vote doesn't count anymore, or I don't believe in the election process, and you hear it time and time again, coming from my background, military, and I think Dave Hockaday feels the same way about this. I don't believe that, it's a right to vote. I believe it's a citizen's obligation to vote, whether you're red or blue on the spectrum or green. I don't care what party you represent. That's something I spent my life defending, and Commissioner Hockaday, I've seen the aftermath of people that have gone to do nothing other than vote and being blown to hell. So I take this very, very seriously. And if we've got people staying home for the simple reason they don't think their vote counts any longer, that tells me there's a problem. And that's the bigger problem, not whether there was fraud, not whether there's allegations of fraud, not the machines, anything like that. So, like I said, if the process appears to be broken to people, then we need to fix the process, however we do, whatever that looks like. And the ideas I came up with, well, first of all, we can't tell the clerk how to do her job. She is an elected official. All we can do is recommend. But I don't believe educating the people. I mean, people right now I don't believe educating people is the answer. People are inundated with information right now. Some of it good, some of it bad, but enough of it out there to confuse the heck out of them and get them to stay home because they don't believe their vote counts. So I was just thinking back, how can we make this work? We had the hanging chads, people had issues with that. But going back to the 70s, thinking in the 80s, before we had electronic voting, we voted at the precinct level and we always had solid results by that night. I mean, each precinct would count several hundred votes or maybe even several thousand votes and funnel up the chain. And we had solid results by the time, polls closed that night. And the only thing I've seen personally with, using electronic vote counting, and I'm not mentioning any companies or anything specifically because it's all the same thing. We sometimes now have to wait days or even weeks for solid results to come in, and there's still questions. And if we can't get it right, how do we expect these other countries to get it right that we're trying to help, foster, democracies in, when they look at us and laugh and say, wow, they can't even get it right, or, we're shit. Oh, look, they have voter fraud. We can do the same darn thing. So I wanted to open this discussion because I think it's very, very important that people believe in the process and get back involved in the process and don't abandon their obligation to get out there and vote and ensure the government works for them and not vice versa. So that being said, I'd asked our clerk if she wanted to go first. She'd like to go last. So at this point, I'd like to introduce former Assemblyman Jim Marchand, current Secretary of State candidate, and he will open up the discussion with a presentation. Jim, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here today. And I concur with Chairman Gray about the clerks. You guys are put in a difficult position, and we're very sympathetic to that. But the bottom line is we do have a problem. Perception of the people, your constituents, is that we've got a major problem, and that's throughout the United States. And it's incumbent upon us as elected officials or former elected officials to solve this problem. And we've got to get to work and do it. We've got to save our country at this point. So we're here to recommend that you vote today to dispose of your electronic voting and tabulation machines and do not use them in any elections going forward. We recommend that you do a forensic backup of all of them, of all the machines, for safekeeping. Electronic systems have been shown repeatedly over a 25-year period to be completely insecurable and not legitimately certifiable. And we're going to talk about that today, which means that you cannot ensure that your constituents are able to vote using a fair and transparent election voting and tabulation machine. It is imperative that you secure the trust of your constituents in Lyon County by ensuring that you have a fair and transparent election. And the only way to do that is to not use the electronic voting and tabulation machines and instead go back to a paper ballot with anti-counterfeit measures and actually track them on a precinct or semi-precinct level basis, hand counted, and using a hand counted voting system. So please vote as your constituents want you to do to eliminate all electronic voting machines and tabulation systems from the election process.
That's something we're trying. I've got to just correct you right now. We cannot eliminate them. All we can do is make a recommendation to the clerk's office.
Yep. Okay, we'll ask that you recommend, and I understand that. My background is computers. I started programming computers in 1984. And I know how vulnerable computers are. And it's nothing against the companies that have the electronic voting machines. They're in business to do what they do, and it's nothing against them. Computers inherently can be manipulated nefariously, and they are. And even though it's not the electronic voting machine companies doing this, they're vulnerable to evil people that want to do harm to our country. And that's exactly what's happening. And it's incumbent upon us, and it's our duty to protect our constituents from this. And one of the ways, there's many things that we have to do here to fix our election system going forward. This is just one of them. We have other issues like mail-in ballots. That's a flawed system that we've got to address, but we need to start somewhere. And starting here with getting rid of the electronic voting machines is a big start because they are vulnerable, like I said, and they cannot be legitimately certified. And we've got proof of that. We had a brave clerk from Mesa County, Colorado, that was just like your clerk here and clerks all over Nevada. She thought her system was fine. No way is there any manipulation going on in my system. Then one day she suspected that, hey, something's not right here. So she did a backup of her system, and before and after, right after the vote, and then before a trusted bill. And she actually made it available to cyber people here in the country to look at. And sure enough, we discovered crimes being committed in Mesa County, Colorado. We're not saying it happens everywhere, but the opportunity for it to happen is inherent everywhere and anywhere these machines are used. And we're not saying it happened here in Lyon County or here in Nevada at all. But the problem is that it can, and we can prove it, and we know it happened. So can we guarantee our constituents that they have a fair and transparent election process if we use these machines? We say no, and we're trying to, our job here today is to make our case and convince you that that is the case. And so I brought in today one of the top cyber forensics experts and experts on electronic voting machines in the country. And he's been on this since day one, just like I have. As most of you know, I ran for Congress in 2020. I believe I was a victim of election fraud. And November 5th, I started investigating because it's my wheelhouse as a programmer and somebody that's very familiar with technology. That was where I started. President Trump sent out a team to Las Vegas that started investigating other aspects of the potential election fraud. And I concentrated on the machines, and what I saw was horrifying. And we've got to do something about it. We cannot wait any longer to do something about our election system. So it's incumbent upon us, and it's our duty to do something, and we're asking you to do that today. So I'd like to bring up Mark Cook, cyber forensics expert that has really been the one that has done the deep dive into all aspects of election fraud around the country, but more importantly and specifically the machines. So I'd like to bring up Mark Cook. Thank you.
Hi, again, my name is Mark Cook. I am from Colorado. I started programming when I was 13 years old. I ran actually one of the largest bulletin board systems back in the CompuServe and Prodigy days when I was 14 and 15 years old, being written up in a magazine as a child prodigy. I'd written 20,000 lines of code by then. And so I've been doing this a very long time. I love technology. I love computers. I actually started my business at that time as well, shortly after. And my job is to help people enrich their lives and make their lives easier by using technology. So I'm a huge fan of technology. Being one that implements technology and helps others implement technology, I have come across people that have taken advantage of technology for nefarious ways and reasons, and use technology to negatively impact people's lives by means of people being hacked or data being stolen, people trusting all their information to an electronic system that then a hard drive crashes and they lose it all. So we have to be very careful when we apply technology to things, because yes, it does and can improve our lives and make things easier, but it also opens us up to big risks if we aren't smart about how we use it and where we apply it. And there's so much that people don't know When we get our systems hacked, we don't know that our systems were hacked until all of a sudden we see a symptom later that tells us, and we don't know how they got in. And an expert might be able to look at it and tell how they got in. The fact of the matter is every single system we've ever used from the very beginning has been hacked in some way or another. So I love technology, but I also have to be very careful with it to make sure it can't be used for bad things. So how I got involved in elections is I knew that something seemed a little bit inconsistent with the election. I was curious, how do these systems work? And I found out that they are running on computer systems, the same computer systems that I've been working on for 30 plus years, 35 years actually, since I started my company. So I thought, well, I have the knowledge to understand these systems, so I'm going to dive in. I want to see, I'm tired of believing what other people say. I want to dive in myself and actually see with my own eyes, what do we have here? Are people telling the truth that there's an issue, or is someone making it up? And I knew that if I looked at it, I could figure it out because this is what I do for a living day in and day out anyway. So I had the opportunity to dive in, and I dove in and started looking at them. I looked at the makeup of them. I looked at what type of software is used and realized it's the same software that I use on a daily basis. And I dove into that and started taking a look deeper, but I couldn't get direct access to it. So I could only tell, I could point out some areas that I would like to look at further that could be suspect in an area of abuse if someone wanted to abuse them. And that's also my specialty, is I go in after a system maybe has been hacked. I figure out what caused the hack, clean it up, and then secure the system so it can't be hacked in that same way again. I've been doing that for decades. And that's why people call me in. So I got an opportunity to take a look at the insides of one of these systems forensically, thanks to Tina Peters, who did take a forensic backup of her system. And I wanted to just get to the truth. I'm totally bipartisan. I was a Democrat for a lot of my life. I was a Republican for some of my life. I'm an independent. I just want the truth. That's all I care about. I care about the truth, and I want to make sure that every citizen knows the truth. And I want to make sure everyone's vote counts. So that's why I wanted to take a look and see really where are we with these systems. And so I took a look at it, and there have been a few reports that have been released, reports 1, 2, and 3. So if we could pull up report 1, I would appreciate that. And I'll just go over this in quickly because they're long reports, but I'll simplify them. And if anyone wants access to them to read them at any time, they're all available, and I'm happy to share everything I've got. Oh, no, I don't think that's it. No, that's not it. It is, no, it's different files than that. Go down, maybe there was some further below. There they are. That report 1. So Tina Peters was very concerned about her election. She's not a cybersecurity person. She's a clerk, and a very patriotic clerk, like I would say most likely all of our clerks. They don't take that job if you're not a patriot and you want to do a good job. Why on earth would you do that? So she said, hey, I care about my citizens very much. I'm telling them that this system is impervious to problems. I need to know, can someone take a look at it that knows what they're talking about and tell me, is this system actually secure? Have I been lying to my voters? Okay, so if we can just page down a little bit here. Let's see if I can get a good page number. How about page 14 on the PDF, which would be bottom of page 11. There we go. That's good right there. That's good right there. So,
Excuse me real quick. It's not sharing to you. It's not
I'm
showing.
working on it, sir.
Okay.
Would it help if we started heckling you?
That would make me happier, sure.
You can tell he's frustrated because he's saying service.
It's actually not a huge deal. We don't have to have it on the screen.
Well, we got to figure it out because people in the public that are watching us have to have the same thing that citizens do.
Okay.
Okay.
And this is why we can't trust technology.
Or the operator.
I was about to say, the problem here might be between the chair and the mouse.
Sometimes that is it, but here's the thing. There's always people between the chair and the mouse. Is it good?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So what Tina did is she had a concern about her election. She had a concern because citizens were coming to her saying, hey, what just happened? So this is inconsistent. And shortly around that time, she got a letter stating that the Secretary of State and the voting system vendor were going to come in and make a change to her system. So she's in this cloud of doubt now with her citizens. And then all of a sudden, there's an entity saying, we're going to come in and make changes to this system. And she was concerned. So she said, what changes are you going to make to my system? And she was told that they're going to remove a QR code feature from the software. And she knew that a lot of her ballots had QR codes on them. And so she wondered, well, if you remove the QR code feature from my ballot, and I'm supposed to retain these records for, in Colorado, it's 25 months, how am I going to ever look at these ballots again if the QR code feature is removed? And they said, don't worry about it. They said, well, back up your database. And then she asked, well, why do I need to back up my database? If you're just changing a feature, removing a feature, why would it affect my data? She said, I'm going to make sure I back everything up just in case. So she did a forensic backup, a full exact copy of every 1 and 0 on the hard drive to make absolutely sure she had everything to maintain those records for her voters. Then the SOS and the voting system vendor came in, and you've all done updates on your phones and on your computer. Little software update takes maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. Computer reboots, your phone reboots, and then it's back up and running and your data is still there. Well, this was a 2-day process where 2 teams of people came in and spent updating the software. They called it a trusted build. So with that image she took before, she knew that she was protected just in case, that she was still able to do her legal duty, which is to retain those records for her voters. Then they finished this trusted build a couple days later, and she took another image because she was so concerned about the thing taking 2 solid days. And the person, one of the people that were operating the computers, was incredibly nervous. His hand was shaking. He kept getting up, walking outside, calling people on his phone, coming back in. They said it was just the strangest thing ever. It was not a comfortable little update. So she felt like something bad was going on. So she had an image taken afterward. She figured, well, if I just take both of these images and I hand them to a cyber person, can you tell me what's different between the 2? What did they actually do to my system? Because now I just don't trust them. And so we looked at them, and what we found was when the trusted build was put on the system, the entire hard drive was actually wiped clean and overwritten with an entirely new software. It was just a later version of the voting system vendor software. And instead of just installing the new version, they actually replaced everything on the hard drive with a complete new image, wiping all of the log files and all of the records that wouldn't normally be backed up, but that would be extremely useful to look at if something strange happened and you needed to try to track it down. All that stuff was gone. The equivalent was walking into a crime scene where someone had shown up before and wiped all the fingerprints off of every object in the room. Well, how do you investigate the crime if all the fingerprints are wiped off? And that's essentially what happened in that 2-day period. So now she started with a cloud of doubt. They do this update, and now all the fingerprints are wiped, and she still has a cloud of doubt, and now she's got no fingerprints. So luckily, she took a copy of all those fingerprints before the trusted build was installed. And so she actually did have access to all that information. And so what report 1 does is it shows the before and the after images and
just some of the directories, the files that used to be on the before image that are no longer on the after image. It is a description, and it's a lot of pages that go through and show all those files. And there's hundreds of thousands of files that were essentially removed that no one would have access to. And all these counties that had this same thing happen, now they can't go back and look. So that's what report 1 is all about. And we can pull up report 2.
So question on that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if we ask questions during.
No, please do.
So, okay, so it happened. I mean, that, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate here.
Mhm.
How does that affect the election? I mean, okay, it's a new build, they've lost data. Did that in and of itself affect, do you believe it affected any election results?
The wiping of the data didn't affect the results of the election. But if the results of the election were in question and someone had to go back and look and say, what happened to cause these results? If we had input here, we had ballots in and we got a very weird result out, and we wanted to look and see what happened under the hood to determine if there was a problem, those tracks were wiped. That was the problem, is now you can't go back and look. Having had all that.
Could that have been, and like I said, I'm gonna be hard on everybody here, because it's like I said, I want to get to the bottom of this and make sure people have something that they can believe in. Could that have been, you said the guy was nervous, he kept walking in and out, and it took 2 days. Could that have been just an error where he wiped it unintentionally?
No,
and during
that's
the
the process. They did it all over, in multiple counties.
But
Same exact process.
Okay, so with the same exact process. But could it have been unintentional to wipe those log files? Could it have been
No.
just data that was, should have been sitting there and then brought back in?
No, it's the procedure that they use, that they wipe the drive. They basically overwrite the drive with a whole new image. Now, they don't have to do that. Here, what they could have done is they could have just installed the new software without touching any of the log files. What I would have done, the reason they might claim, well, we didn't want to do that, is we want to make sure that the system is wiped. And that's what they actually said in one county, is that they wanted to make sure that anything bad that would have been on the system before is wiped clean with the new trusted builds.
And who said
My
that?
question, a voting system vendor in a document. And what my question to that is, well, if you are wiping the system in case something bad was on it, are you saying something bad could have been on it for that election? The mere fact that you're wiping it because something bad could have been on it makes me very concerned. Now, what they should have done, in order to make sure that the clerks could absolutely, without any question, preserve that data, including the log files, everything, they could have just put a new hard drive in these systems, and the new hard drives would have cost $60 to $100 a hard drive. They should have pulled the old hard drives out. They should have put a label on them, removed from this system on this date. They should have handed those hard drives to the clerks and election officials and said, here you go. Here's all your stuff, so you can retain it, keep it in your safe, and we're just gonna put new drives in, and we're gonna restore that image to the new drives. It would have been an extra maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes per machine that they did that with. And that would have absolutely guaranteed the integrity of that data for the clerks.
Thank you.
But they didn't give the clerk the option, and that's why the clerk was upset.
Board, if you guys have any questions, just please pop in.
Okay, so report 2, we dove a little bit further, and what I was able to do is I took this image and I rebuilt the server from the voting system vendor exactly as it was when they took the image. So I made a complete reproduction of the system in a virtual environment, and I turned it on to take a look at it because I was curious, is there actually a vulnerability in this system? I turned it on. I very easily bypassed the password, using a free tool that you can download on the internet. So I was kind of shocked that it was that easy to even get into the system, that anyone could just download a tool for free and get in. But that was no problem. Once I was in the system, I just looked at the menu and I saw a piece of software on there that should never have been on there, in my opinion. And this is all my opinion, of course. There's a database system on the server that holds all the votes. It is called SQL Server. It's a Microsoft product. It's a good product. It's used in millions and millions of systems all over the world. There is a utility that's also on this server called SQL Server Management Studio. It's a separate program. It is available for free from Microsoft. And it allows you, anyone that's using the computer, to go into the back end of the voting database and change anything they want to in the votes. Anything in the database can be changed, and there's no way to track it. It's a back door to the database. This software I found on the system, on the server. It's unfathomable to have a supposedly secure system and then have a utility installed on the system that allows direct access that bypasses all the security controls and all the auditing to be able to make changes to a database. And I thought, okay, well, the fact that the software is there doesn't necessarily mean it will work. Let me try it. I clicked on it. When I clicked on it, the software came right up. And I said, all right, well, I'm gonna try to open it. I'll try to log in with it. And it didn't have to even put in a username or password at this point. It was already set for what's called Windows authentication to use the existing user that was already logged into the computer to get in. So all I did, instead of putting a username and password in, I just clicked one button on the screen, and it opened up all the databases. All the elections showed up, listed all the way down that this entire system had stored on it. And I won't bother going down in this document. I think the document's public and we can make it available to anyone. But we're able to look at all those databases. I got it for you. And I figured, okay, well, I'm gonna try to open up one of the databases. I tried to open up the 2020 general election. I clicked on it, it opened up. I said, well, surely I can't open up and look at the results of the election. I clicked on it, the results popped up on the screen. Said, all right, well, I wonder if I can change the results. So I clicked on the edit button and went in to try to change them. And I put a change in, pressed enter, and it took it. And then I pulled the results, and the results, I was able to flip the election with a couple mouse clicks. Any clerk or election official could do the same thing. And then I looked at the log files, and it didn't show any trace of that because of the way it went in through the back door. And that is absolutely frightening. If you had a bad actor, clerk or election official, or even let's say a janitor and the clerk accidentally left the system on, or someone was able to get in the room after the fact and get into that system, they could make all these changes. I was shocked and disheartened that someone would create a system that we elect the leader of the free world, and all the way down to the people that spend 8 hours a day with our children and teach our children. And this system is so open. It was the most disgusting thing I'd ever seen. So, and this is the most basic, easiest thing to secure, and they left it wide open. So I thought, well, okay, if you're sitting in front of it and you can change the votes, I wonder if you could do it with another computer. So I took a laptop I had. I plugged the laptop into the voting system network, which is normally how the system works anyway. They got a bunch of components and they're all hooked up by cables. You guys might have a slightly different system here. But a lot of voting systems work very similarly. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to take one of my computers, plug it into the network, and see if I can still get into the voting system server and then into the back end of the database. So I went and downloaded SQL Server Management Studio. I put it on this completely separate computer that was mine, not electronic voting system computer. And I scanned the network. I saw the server. It advertised its port for its voting database. I connected to it. It connected no problem. I used that same password. It got me right into the back end of the database. I pulled up all the databases. All the elections were there. I went in. I was able to change it again, pulled the report, and it changed. And no trace from a completely separate computer. So I thought, okay, just for proof of concept, let's say an iPhone somehow were able to connect to this network. And I knew that in some of the computers in Mesa, Colorado, had wireless cards ordered with those systems, and they were built in. Now, there was a claim that they were disabled or turned off. And one of the election officials that were there watching over the shoulders of the people that were there, she said she watched them go into what's called the BIOS of the computer. And she saw the word wireless with a check mark next to it. And the guy clicked on it and took the check mark out. And she asked, what's that? And he said, don't worry about it. And clicked OK and went out of the screen. But she swears that she saw that wireless had a check mark in it. So I figured, all right, well, let's say it had a check mark in it and you got in wirelessly. could someone sitting in a parking lot with their iPhone get into the database and change votes? So I pulled out my iPhone. I connected it to the same network. I went onto the App Store and I downloaded a very common free tool that just scans a network and shows you what's on the network and what's available. And it scanned the network and it found the server. And then it also showed SQL Server on that same port that was available. So I went to the App Store again. I downloaded a free utility from the App Store that goes into SQL Server databases. It's like SQL Server Management Studio, but it's just another free app. I downloaded it. I put in the address of the server and it connected to it. It showed me all the databases, showed me the elections. I was able to go in, change the results of an election, hit save. I checked it on the server and it worked. And there was no trace. So not only could you do it sitting in front of it, you could do it with a computer connected to it, and then you could even do it with an iPhone. And that was just, that was all, took me 1 minute to find the first one. And the others were just, let me see if I can do it. And it took another maybe 30 or 40 minutes to do the rest. So when I saw that, the most obvious security hole had been left in the software.
I'm sorry, our clerk has a.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Bryant?
I'd like to ask, first of all, what kind of a machine were you using? What kind of software did it have? What brand was it?
Can we?
And then, well,
It's in the report. It's in the reports.
Okay,
Yeah. And it's all very detailed in there.
okay, can you tell me?
I prefer you, I'll get you, make sure you have access to the report so you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't wanna-
We want to stop from mentioning any
Okay.
specific companies or anything like that at this point.
Yeah,
alright.
yeah, that's, so, I was just shocked.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Sure.
point of clarification, can we at least identify that it's the same company that we use in Lyon County?
Mr. Day, what do you think? I'm trying to avoid any allegations or any fingers being pointed at companies and trying to.
I think it's very important for, if it is, that's one thing. If it's not, then the public understands that we're talking two different systems.
Okay, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I just. Mr. Ray, think there's a problem with that?
That's a decision for Mr. Day. I can't advise him one way or the other on that.
You mean Mr. Cook?
Mr. Cook, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
if you'd like to, that's.
you know, here's the thing. I don't think the exact system matters because I'm suspect of all electronic systems for reasons I'm going to go over. And it'd be very simple for you to determine which system this is, and you'll understand. And I don't want to cause an issue because I'm trying to be as impartial as possible. It's not about one particular company. It's about the system as a whole. It's a whole.
Can you get with Ms. Bryant afterwards? So she can.
Absolutely. Yeah, no problem with that.
I still believe that the public has a right to know whether or not we're talking about the,
Just yes or no.
yes or no. Is it the same company? Yes or no?
Well, I could read what's in the report. I could read a line in the report.
Yeah, read it.
That would work.
In the record,
Okay.
yes, that'd be great.
Okay. So according to this report, this is be report number 1. And let me find where it talks about the system. Okay. So page 13 in the PDF, which is on the bottom of the page, is page 10 of report number 1. The report states at the top, 2 backup images were obtained using forensic imaging methods from the Dominion Voting System Democracy Suite Election Management System.
And what version does it say?
Let's see here, a little bit later, the first image was made of that EMS standard server in the D-Suite 5.11-CO version configuration.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So the second report just shows this glaring vulnerability, which is absolutely shocking to me and hopefully to some other people. I couldn't figure out how something like that would be in there. Now, and these documents here, I'm just going to talk about, and of course, they're available publicly. According to CIS, which is a Center for Internet Security, they have a document that goes over all of the recommendations in order to follow in order to secure a system using SQL Server. And they've got documents for almost every piece of software out there, but especially for SQL Server and the exact version of the software that was being used. And one of their very simple steps on page 34 specifically states, ensure SQL Server is configured to use a non-standard port. Description: if installed, a default SQL Server instance will be assigned a default port of 1433 for TCP/IP communication. Administrators can manually configure named instances to use it. It is widely known and it should be changed. It says right there in the document, very simple. It's like IT security 101. You always change in a secure system. You change the ports from the normal port that everyone knows it's on. You change it to something else so someone wouldn't know it's there. Very basic. They didn't do it. And I think the following page indicates to hide the instance, to set it to be hidden so you can't see it in a browser. That hadn't been done either. These are just 2 of the 1,000 things that could be done. So I thought, all right, well, how could they have missed this in such an important piece of software? And I came across a document from Freeman Craft McGregor Group about the same voting system vendor in a previous version of their software. And this report was dated 2014. And it is a red team testing report. And it goes over all of the things that this red team checked as to the vulnerabilities in software. And it is a 32-page detailed report listing vulnerability after vulnerability after vulnerability. Bad stuff, outdated software, unpatched software, unpatched virus protection. It was really incredible what it listed. 27 critical missing updates for February. In October, they found another 22 critical missing updates. That's just in the server. Then the workstation, 39 critical missing updates. The workstations had missing updates. It was shocking what they found. And they found issues and they looked in all the systems. They indicated it, they showed pictures of it. And they also talked about the same exact vulnerability that I found in 2000. So it's 2021 that I found it. The same vulnerability that existed in 2014, they talked about, I was seeing still. And their conclusion, here's what they wrote. Conclusion: while the 4.14A1 build of the democracy voting system proved to mitigate 4 previously enumerated vulnerabilities, multiple medium and high vulnerabilities still exist within the suite of systems. A remote user could leverage most of the vulnerabilities across the network to obtain information about the system, voter ballots and results, or gain remote access to the system. If remote access is gained, recovery of user credentials through system memory, RAM, analysis could be executed and used to modify the back-end database of the EMS server. This report was written in 2014, and the exact same vulnerability is still in our voting systems that we're using today. That right there is unconscionable.
And the red team is, can you elaborate on who the red team is? Are they a disinterested party or are they?
They're a disinterested party that was hired to evaluate the system. They're out in California. Freeman, Craft, and McGregor Group. And they've evaluated many different voting systems. The reason I looked at this particular document is because this particular document talks about the same voting system that we found in Mesa. And the contributor to this document is Stephen Weingart, who is with CISA, the Center for Information Security, which is the organization responsible for securing our election systems. So the guy that works at the organization that is responsible for securing our election systems wrote this, contributed to this document in 2014, and the citizens of this country are still using a system that has not been secured on just a single thread. not to mention all the others. How could this possibly happen? Meanwhile, we're told this is the safest, most secure election. Sorry, the sky is not red. Very blue. Anyone can see it. So we'll move to report 3. That's the next one there. And we dove in and actually took a look at a little bit deeper detail into the databases. And we noticed something very peculiar. So I want to explain how this particular system that we're talking about works. You have the ballots go through the scanner. The votes then go into a processing database. Then they go from the processing database into the main database that holds the totals. So there's an intermediary database that everything goes into first, and then the totals are added up into this other database. That's how this particular version works. What we found is 3 days into the tabulation of the general election, there was a second database created down below. And some of the batches of ballots were copied from the first database to this other database, but they left off about 5,500 ballots, left them in the other one. And now all the tabulation went from the scanner to this other alternate database and then into the main database, bypassing the original first one. And this happened 3 days into the tabulation. So we're sitting here saying, how on earth could this have happened? This doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't work like this in the others that we've seen prior. And it happened 3 days into tabulation. There shouldn't be massive database changes like that being made while votes are being tabulated. There's no excuse for that. So we asked the election official that was running the election, did you notice anything odd? And she said, actually, yeah, about 3 days in, we were trying to get ballots out of adjudication, which they pop up in their system, they pop up on the screen if there's an issue with the ballot, and then a human looks at the ballot to determine what they think the voter intended, and they click on what the voter intended, and then it disappears and the next ballot shows up, and they just keep doing that until there's no more in the stack. What they started noticing is they thought they were seeing the same ballots over and over again. They thought they were getting stuck. And the reason they saw that is because some people write Daffy Duck in the write-ins, or they write Mickey Mouse or their own name, or they draw pictures of hearts. And so they started seeing, I could have sworn I saw that Daffy Duck before. And then they saw it another time and said, okay, I've definitely seen this ballot before. So the election official said, I don't know what's going on with our system. We never had this happen. They're getting stuck. So they called the voting system vendor and said, we got something very strange going on. Here's what's happening. Do you know what's causing it? They said, no, we don't, but we're going to try to reproduce it and we'll call you back. So she waited an hour, didn't get a call back. She's in the middle of an election. She's got to get this thing working, and she doesn't know if they're ever going to call back. So she's freaking out a little bit. So she just starts turning computers on and off and trying everything. And then suddenly it just starts working. They put them through and they're going through and flowing through fine now. And she said, we don't know what happened. They never contacted us back. It just magically started working. And we were very happy that it was working. So when we asked her what time that happened, the time that she complained about it is exactly the time where that database was created in the file system. We could see that same time, same day, same time. Something happened in that. So I'm going to go to the conclusion of report 3, and I'm just going to read you the conclusions, and it's on page 30. And if you go up, you could probably just type in 30 also. Right in that spot. Yeah, right there.
I don't have a keyboard, so.
Oh, okay. Well then, I guess you're scrolling. You might be past me. I can't actually see it that far.
Oh, see you.
There's your keyboard. There you go. Okay. So here are the conclusions. Unauthorized creation of new tabulation and adjudication databases occurred during the counting of the November 2020 general election, along with the selective copying of batch and ballot records from the original database to the new ones. The manipulation places all 25,913 initial ballots counted into a state where they cannot be validated. Some because it is possible that their vote information was changed, and unverifiable that it was not, and the rest because their chain of evidence has been intentionally obfuscated. Even if the count and content of the ballot images match the numbers and counts reported by the database, there is no method to validate those ballot images due to missing SHA files, which are intended to provide such validation. And I'll tell you what a SHA file is. A SHA file is like a fingerprint on a picture or a ballot image. And it's a number that signifies the data that's in the image. And if you change anything in that image and you recalculate it, you'll get a different number. So it's a quick way to determine if an image has been changed, like a ballot image. And so the software should create a SHA file for each image to ensure that you can use to ensure that the image has not been modified by anyone. And we all know how Photoshop works. We know people can change people's faces. You can move a dot on an image really easily, and you can write a program to move all kinds of dots on an image trivially in a blink of an eye now. Computers are extremely quick. So all the SHA files were also found to be missing in the voting system. Every single one, there wasn't a trace of any of these on the system. Where we've seen them on other systems, but this one, gone. That's a concern. It's another question, nothing but more questions. 2, unauthorized creation of new tabulation and adjudication databases occurred during the 2021 Grand Junction municipal election, along with the selective copying of batch and ballot records from the original databases to the new ones. This places all 8,540 initial ballots counted into a state where they cannot be validated in the same text. So not only did we have this or see this problem in the 2020 general, but we looked in a 2021 municipal election and saw very similar activity. Few days in, new database, and this time it was different batches, different ballots that were moved from one to the other. Smaller number, a smaller amount of voters in this particular election, but it was different. So if a computer has a bug, the bug works the same way usually all the time. You have the same bug over and over again. This is different behavior from one election to another. Somewhat similar, new database, but it reacted differently. And when something reacts differently, you know there's a dynamic component to it. And both of these elections place the number of ballots into question that are far exceed the amount the election was won or lost by. So the margin of error due to these ballots is far greater than the margin of victory in the elections, which would mean if you're unsure because of these anomalies we found in the database, you actually can't certify the election. And the clerk election official said, oh my gosh, we certified these elections. We had no idea what was going on in the background. What is going on? And did we certify these in error? Because now we don't know. And now they won't even give her access to the ballots to actually look. And the whole point of having these electronic systems, what was supposed to protect us is everyone said, you've got the paper ballots. You can always look at the paper ballots if you want to. But then when someone asks to look at the paper ballots, you can't look at them. I don't know why that would be. Point number 3 in the conclusion. As we have found evidence that thousands of ballot records have had their validity placed in serious question, none of the election results from the 2020 general or 2021 Grand Junction municipal elections in Mesa County can be considered trustworthy. If Mesa County has preserved the respective paper ballots as they are required to do by law, and those ballots were forensically authenticated with confirmed chain of custody from eligible electors to sworn county election officials, not possible retrospectively, nor under current election procedures in Colorado, sadly, then a hand count of paper ballots might support a verifiable, trustworthy conclusion about the county level results of these 2 elections. And that's what the clerk wanted to do, is let's just count the paper. They won't let her have her access to the paper now.
Who is the they? I mean, she's the clerk, she's
The SOS. And you can look into what's been going on in Mesa.
For the record, you clarify what SOS is.
Secretary of State.
Thank you.
Yes. And so the powers that be, those above her, have been trying to remove her from her elected position and blocking her from the building. She does not have access to the building anymore, and she can't even go anywhere near the ballots.
They arrested her.
And they arrested her as well. And she's just trying to do her job. It's the most fascinating, disgusting thing I've ever seen. I don't understand what the big deal is. Just look at the paper. I don't know what should be, anyway. So number 4, because the unauthorized methods used to alter batch and ballot level information described above are available within the DVS EMS server, this system cannot be considered reliable for use in any election. An investigation involving all physical and cyber evidence, including a source code audit of the exact verifiable version of all DVS supplied executable and library files, is necessary to identify the exact software methods used to produce the manipulation and to determine other potential unauthorized actions that the code is able to cause or enable. 5, the Dominion voting systems database structure stores actual vote information in only one table in an aggregated form, so alterations made to vote counts or candidates in just that table create a single point of attack or failure for the entire vote reporting process.
Mr. Chair. May I ask this question?
Yeah.
Let's just cut to the chase here. Basically, what you're telling us is you don't trust any system.
I would say this system, I have no trust in whatsoever because of what we have seen. And any computer system can be hacked.
Okay.
And I can.
You answer my question.
Okay, yeah. So, no electronic system is secure, regardless of whether it's connected to the internet or not. A lot of people get hung up on, well, it's not connected to the internet, so it can't be hacked. That is just not true. A system can be hacked a number of different ways. It can be hacked by USB. It can be hacked over Bluetooth. A wireless card could be turned on and you may not even know of. Thing is, we don't know what we don't know, and systems are hacked all the time. I've got a little flash drive as a proof of concept that you can plug into a computer, and it actually infects it with a virus in 1 second. You plug it in, you pull it out, walk away, and the thing can sit dormant and then do whatever it wants, and you would never know. I've got another one. You can plug into a particular voting system, vendor system, and it will go in and change the results of an election. You plug it in, 5 seconds later, you unplug it, you're good. Or you plug it in and hide it somewhere, go out to the parking lot, and you can sit remotely connect to this tiny little device that's no bigger than size of a fingernail. And you can connect right into the system because it's so insecure on the inside. Now, they could have taken easy steps to secure this in multiple different ways. The fact that they didn't is unconscionable and possibly telling.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Did you have anything else to cover?
Yeah, I had just a few things. Do I have a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start having it up. So anyway, any system can be hacked, and any system can have bugs in it as well. Any system can have bugs, and you don't know about the bugs until later. So there's another report that was just released in March, in fact, and this one here is a report about, and this went to the EAC, the US EAC, and I don't know, they should have notified everyone that's been using these systems, but it is a D Suite 5.5 version election system that has been in operation, I think, since 2018, has been used almost all over the United States. And here is the conclusion of the formal investigation by the US Election Assistance Commission. Quote, the direct cause of the anomaly was inconclusive. Based on the investigation, it's reasonable to conclude that the anomaly is related to the imported D Suite 5.5 election definition used on D Suite 5.5B election systems. The report indicates that erroneous code is present in the EAC certified D Suite 5.5B and D Suite 5.5C system. This is a bug that caused votes to be counted incorrectly. It was just found out in 2022. It was admitted by the voting system vendor. It was found by the US EAC, and this is software that's been in use for years and years and years. They've counted they're tabulated countless elections. They found this bug. It was erroneous code. That means a bug in the code that caused this problem. It was present in the EAC certified. This is certified software that was certified by certification companies, stamped as certified by secretaries of state. Everyone has sworn the software is perfect and is secure, bug-free, and here we are, years later, finding out it has a bug in it. And now they've got to go back and they should check every single election that's ever been run on this system to see how many elections have been compromised because of the one bug that we found here. Who knows how many more are there? These systems have 4 million lines of code, software code in them. It takes one line of code to change the way the system works if you want to do it nefariously. It takes one bug in a piece of software that if someone happened to know about that bug, that they could take advantage of. No system is secure. 2018, a high schooler hacked the Pentagon. In 2019, a Navy contractor was compromised and stole 614 gigabytes of confidential submarine data from our government.
Let's keep this to just elections if we could.
No problem.
Thank you.
And here's why it's directly related. In 2020, you guys all probably heard about the SolarWinds hack, where 18,000 systems were hacked and supply chain hacks. SolarWinds is a company that secures government systems. They secure companies that have election systems. And this company that secures the other companies was hacked, and someone embedded a virus inside their software, which in turn these other companies installed on their networks. And the breakdown was Microsoft ended up being hacked, Intel was hacked, Cisco, which runs most of the internet, was hacked, our Department of Treasury was hacked, our Department of Justice was hacked, Department of Energy was hacked, the Pentagon was hacked again, Department of Homeland Security was part of this hack, and the CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, again, which is the agency that ensures, quote unquote, the physical and cybersecurity of our election infrastructure. CISA itself was hacked again in this hack. So if these organizations can't stop themselves from being hacked, our Pentagon, Department of Defense, even the organization that's responsible for securing our election systems gets hacked, are we really to believe that the only thing that's unhackable are the election systems? It's absolutely asinine and absurd. So my point is, we cannot use electronic systems to trust the sanctity of our vote when our vote is the only thing that gives us freedoms. Our vote controls everything in our lives. Our vote controls who the leader of the free world is, who teaches our children, who spends hours a day with our children. Every aspect of our lives is controlled by our vote. It is asinine to think that we want to risk convenience for our freedoms. We can't do it. It's not worth it. We're counting dots on a piece of paper. We don't need hundreds of millions of dollars of black box computer systems to count dots on a piece of paper when it's our freedom that's at stake. We're counting dots on a piece of paper. We count the dots, we add up the totals together, and we know where our vote goes from the moment we put it on the paper to the moment it picks the leaders in our society. It doesn't have to be complicated. We have to take back control of this. The voters should control our elections. Corporations should not be controlling our elections. We can't outsource our vote and our freedom to other organizations. And we need to help empower our clerks and our election officials to be able to do their patriotic duties with 100% certainty that what they're doing is the right thing and making sure that they are securing every single citizen's vote all the way through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mark on the board? Ms. Brian, did you have any questions?
No.
Ms. Marchand, do you want to close up with?
Well, I think we have clearly shown why we can't trust these machines, and nothing to do with the company, because they don't have anything nefarious, I'm sure, but there are people that do and that can get into these systems. And so it's our duty as elected officials or former elected officials to do the right thing and start the process to get back to a fair and transparent election, our election process, which we can do. We're willing to help. We've got companies that are willing to step up and put together a procedural white paper on how we do this. That's something that we're doing right now. And remember, we didn't have machines up until what, the mid-90s, maybe? 2003, I think, here in Nevada is when the machines started becoming prevalent. I believe, is that right? 2004? Yeah, so we did this accurately before. And we can do it again. And by the way, you'll hear, if you hear public comment, you'll hear people say that we're not ADA compliant, or this can't be ADA compliant. We were ADA compliant before machines. We can do it again. We have the, we can do that. Even if we have to use one of these machines for the disabled, we can do that. The bottom line here is we've got to address our election system. And it's not just the electronic machines. There's a lot of problems in our system, and we just need to start fixing the process right now. And that's what we're trying to do. And the survivability of our country is at stake. And if we don't do it, shame on us. So I'll leave you with that. Yeah.
So, Mr. Rashad, you guys have done a good job of protecting vulnerabilities and problems. What about solutions? What do you suggest in the way of solutions?
Yeah, like I said, we have major organizations that are helping us provide solutions on how to start the process to get a fair and transparent election and the election process itself. We are willing to work with all the clerks. We feel sorry for the clerks. They can't possibly know what's going on in these computers. And they're liable. All of you are liable. I mean, President Trump just filed a RICO lawsuit. That's the possibility. And, I don't want you guys to be liable for that.
So did you happen to bring any of the ballots that say?
I actually do, yes.
Can you pass one of those around?
I can, I'll go get it.
I got it.
Oh, you got one?
And just so you know, we desperately.
So what he's talking about is we engaged a company that makes secure documents. And this is something that we will employ in our system. They make money for countries. They make stocks and bonds with watermarks, holograms, other proprietary technology.
When you say they make money for other countries, they physically print their money.
Yeah, they physically print their money. And it's anti-counterfeit. Their specialty is anti-counterfeit documents or paper. And we engaged them. We said, can you do a ballot for us? They said, absolutely. So what this does is it allows us to start tracking our ballots. We don't track our ballots right now. I mean, can you believe that? So China can't put in ballots now. Other countries, foreign, whatever. That's why we did this. We said, can you do this? So they said, yes, they did produce a ballot for us. And like I said, it's got proprietary technology in it also. I don't know if you can see this, but
You're up close.
I'll show you. But if you put a black light here, you can see the holograms. This little orange thing here is proprietary mineral that can only be detected by a scanner that's designed to detect that. And this is kind of the way we do it. If when you're counting these ballots, if it doesn't scan right, then it's a problem. It's a false ballot, and not to count it. And we've had that problem in our system in the 2020 election. We've had ballots that shouldn't be there.
How many security features are in there? I mean, is it a hologram?
Yeah, hologram. It's got watermarks.
And there's covert features in there also.
Covert features in here that you won't be able to detect, but scanner can detect. And that's how we can account for our ballots and make sure that they are the ones that we put out.
Okay, and I'm going down the rabbit hole now, and I'll open it up for other questions too. If you guys think of how much do those ballots typically run to be printed and ready, per person?
I think it's like 25 cents a ballot. Yeah. So it's not that much. And let me address the cost. That's another argument the other side throws out. It costs an enormous amount of money for you to buy these machines and maintain these machines. And you're not going to realize the savings immediately, but over the long run, you're going to realize a lot of savings on going to this type of system. But I ask you, what is the cost of losing your First Amendment rights? What's the cost of losing your Second Amendment rights? Are we willing to, I would pay anything to save our Constitution. So
how are those ballots tabulated?
by hand.
They're not
Hand
scanned or anything? They're-
Can be, but we want to take all electronics out of the system. Yeah, I mean, it can be, sure, it's just like a normal ballot, you can scan it. But we want to hand count it with people, the citizens can do it themselves. They can stand over our shoulder right now and watch the votes being counted. Right now in Clark County, we have to stay 60 feet away from the people that count the vote. You can't see anything, and that can't be trusted. And that's another problem. We've got, most of the counties are good and do the right thing, but we have 2 counties here that, for whatever reason, are not cooperating with people that really want to ensure that we have a fair election. And I ask you, why is that? And unfortunately, they dominate the whole state, and it disenfranchises counties like yours that do the right thing. So that's another issue we have to address. And like I say, this is not going to be easy. But it's going to take, people like yourself, statesmen, to step up and do the right thing and start the process. And that's what we're asking for you to do today.
And I will say, we desperately, not speaking of the process, we desperately want to partner with our clerks to get,
Yes, and we do.
to implement whatever we need to do. I think we want to approach this team. And, if we don't start it here at the county level, the state's never going to catch on.
Exactly.
And it's, we've got to start it somewhere. And the state, passing, the legislature passing even more laws, they're affecting our elections. They're not getting it. But if I could, first of all, thank you guys both. And could you pass that around so everybody can take a look at it? And then I'm going to turn over the podium to Ms. Bryant, so she's got some remarks.
Just pass it around. But like I said, we want to work with the clerks and come up with a system that you can trust and that the constituents can trust. We're ready and willing to do it. I've got a lot of resources behind this nationwide. President Trump, on down. So we got the people that want to do this, and we're willing to work.
Yes, please.
Emergency ballot.
Oh, she gave me.
Ready?
Of course she does. I get it.
My grandchildren are aged rapidly.
Not impossible to challenge it. but we would do that now. You have to work really hard.
I see you.
I've got several things to say, and with all due respect, I don't want to make you feel like I'm disrespecting you. I certainly don't want the presentation to feel like I'm disrespecting them, but I do not agree. I absolutely adamantly disagree with this whole thing. We follow state law, and that's the place where all of this needs to be changed. If you don't like the way it's done, that's where it needs to be changed to state law through the legislature and the governor. There's a lot of things that they have lost, they have that they have made
Sure.
that I don't agree with.
Excuse me, can we?
We're trying to have a presentation here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she wasn't walking around during your presentation.
Let me find where it was.
State law.
Yes, state law. There's a lot of things that the state has, the legislature and the governor have approved that I don't agree with. I absolutely don't agree with all mail ballots. I absolutely don't agree with same-day registration. But there's nothing we can do about that. And I know that you don't like it because it takes a little longer to get results. But state law says that we can't give any results out to the public until all of the votes for the last one is in. So Clark County obviously is going to take a long time. There's nothing we can do about that. So sometimes it's 11 or 12 o'clock before we have results. We could give you results at 9 o'clock, probably. But that's, that's another law that I don't agree with. But
I wasn't so much referring to those results as I was the ones, when there's a question, it takes days or weeks to get, to figure out why, and nobody seems to be able to come up with a reason why it's taking so long.
there's also another one that I really don't agree with, and that is ballots, us being able to take ballots for 4 days after the election. That's ridiculous. If you can't get your stuff together so that you can vote before election day, I mean, it's not a surprise to anybody what day it is. 4 days is absolutely ridiculous, but that's the law, so we have to do it. So I'm just gonna go into, I'm gonna talk about what we do, and I just let me give you a little bit of history that was already long ago in the early 2000s, and actually it was 2003. We started using, well, it was 2003 that we started with the process to get a new system, because after the presidential election in 2000, nobody liked the punch cards. We had punch cards at the same. Again, punch cards worked fine in Lyon County. We had no problem with punch cards. But because of the
Hanging
hanging chads and the dog and pony show that went on, that's where they were at. I feel that we are back into a dog and pony show, and you can find stuff on the internet to refute anything that I say, anything they said. You can find something to refute, and it's just a matter of what you believe, and everybody should have their right to believe what they want to. But we worked very closely with all the counties together, the Secretary of State, all but 3 counties, and Secretary of State Dean Heller settled on Sequoia voting systems. At that time, Sequoia only had electronic machines with no printer. Mr. Heller made a contract contingent on them manufacturing a printer for each machine. That was in November of 2003, and the presidential election was in November of 2004. You think we weren't scurrying? Manufacturing the printers was a monumental job. The prototype was finished, which had to be certified by the feds and our own gaming commission. Sequoia delivered the printers in August for our September primary. From that time to now, the company was acquired by Dominion, with many of the same people who started with us in 2004. It turned out that a paper trail was very helpful and the right thing to require. And I didn't think it was the right thing at the time, but I agree that it was absolutely the right thing to do. The most recent testing of the system by the system that we use by the United States Election Assistance Commission was in March of 2020, with certification in July of 2020. And those hash calcs that they do have to be matched with the software that we get, that we put in our machines, and then we have to check that that is what got put on our machines. We have many safeguards in the system and process, and let me be very clear, none of the machines are ever even near the internet. They are not Wi-Fi or Bluetooth compatible, as our own IT people can attest. I don't mean to sound like I'm hung up on not being near the internet, but you have to have access to something before you can hack it. And anybody can hack anything if they have the access. But the trick of it is, they don't have the access. And I would put up any one of my poll workers, they're not gonna let anybody even get close to those. And they are pretty adamant and pretty excited if they think something's going wrong. All of our election communication with Dominion is through a secure FTP site, which is now upgraded to an MFA site. After each machine is programmed, it is tested to make sure it is giving accurate results. When the machines go to the polls, a zero proof report on each machine is run to make sure they don't have any votes before opening. During the day, when people vote, they can change their votes as many times as they want to before the vote is cast. The screens are very sensitive, and even though people may say that their vote changed, it is because another finger or a sleeve touched the screen accidentally, and that happens very easy because those screens are very sensitive. All that has to be done is touch it again. The vote can be changed back to whatever you want, and then when you're done, you cast your ballot, or you look at the printer before you cast your ballot, and the printer will say exactly what's on that machine. And if you don't like it, you can go back 3 times and do it over. After the polls close, the totals for the machines are printed on paper for each machine. We are required to audit a certain number of machines, and in our case, it's at least 4, and randomly choose which ones. We take every paper roll that has been on that machine and hand count the paper totals to make sure the machine counted everything correctly, matching the totals on the machine and the totals on the paper. We take the USBs out of each machine and put in a locked box to be transported to my office. At my office, those are inserted into the tabulation equipment, which also is never close to the internet. After all the counting is done, and to prevent any contamination, we transfer the results to an unused USB, so that if we can use that on an office computer to upload the results to the FTP MFA site for the Secretary of State. Also, the tabulation equipment is tested before and after the election. I mark my own test deck because I don't want to get a marked test deck from the vendor. And it's one of my safeguards that I don't have to do, and it is time consuming. So I get unmarked ballots, and in fact I have one in my thing there, and I can show you how I do that. I do a great big Excel spreadsheet, and I make sure that every candidate and every precinct gets at least 1 vote. And then I make that spreadsheet, I mark those ballots however they are, and then I go through by hand and mark them how they are. And then we send the ballots through the tabulator, which also isn't hooked to the internet. And the results come out exact. The audits on the printers that we do, the results come out exact of whatever it says on the printer, and that's how the results are. And I don't see how that could be wrong, because we match so many things with so many different others. Now shifting to voter registration, we also have MFA to access our office computers. Each person signs in with a fingerprint and a password. The county has firewalls and a great IT staff. Our voter registration system is protected by sensors to detect any intruders. There are multiple laws that govern voter registration, which we follow. When a new registration is received in person, we require that we see an ID. Our voters are compared with the other voters in the state every night, and we get a report the next morning so that we can remove duplicates. Cross-state voters are compared to many other states with every few months through ERIC. And ERIC was created in 2012 by seven secretaries of state, Nevada, which was one, to help us keep our voter rolls clean. Currently, there are 32 states.
Nikki, I'm sorry, what is Eric?
ERIC is the.
Electronic registration information.
Yes, yes. And that compares our voter registration statewide with other states. So it helps us catch the people that have moved or whatever. And it really has been helpful, and we still can't get rid of them for a while, but we at least we have an address to send them a letter, and then if they send the form back, then we can take them out immediately.
Now, what if they return a ballot back that's mailed in under the new system?
They wouldn't be able to because they wouldn't be able to.
What do you mean they wouldn't be able to? And the reason I ask
Return a
is,
ballot back.
so the reason I ask is, like in the last election, that's my own example here, my sister got a ballot, she just, she did the right thing and destroyed it, but what if she'd sent it back from Wisconsin? I mean, she lived in Wisconsin, the ballot went to her.
We wouldn't know that. And the reason that and they could vote in that situation, they could vote because we don't know if they moved. And without Eric, and we might have caught her, soon after that, but if she got a ballot, we didn't know that she moved, and there would be no way for us to know that she moved, and people get.
And I know, I understand that. Now, under the law, though, those ballots aren't even supposed to be forwarded, are they?
They aren't forwarded.
No, it was
We
forwarded
get
to
them
her,
back.
it was forwarded to her new address. She had the ballot at her new address in Wisconsin.
Well, I don't know. I
Yeah,
can't,
no, that's what I'm
I
wondering.
can't,
Okay, no, that's
they're
what I
not
just wanted to
supposed to be
clarify. They're not
forwarded.
supposed to be
They're
forwarded.
supposed to come back to us.
Okay,
Unless she had that as a mailing address, I don't know.
yeah, no, that's
She
what
could
I'm
have done
wondering.
that too. I mean, there could have been a lot of things. It's hard to say without a specific, without actually looking her up and seeing what. I have heard some distrust of the ERIC system, which I think is absolutely ridiculous because the rumor is that George Soros created it. Well, I don't know. He didn't. If he did, it was a good thing. Because it's just, it has really been helpful. And now 32 states are involved and more are coming on all the time. And then Vital Statistics sends us a notice when somebody dies. And there's also a talk about how we have so many dead people on our list and so many this and so many that. We take them off immediately. In fact, we update our list daily. We get a list of the duplicates, say, every night when our system is compared with the state system. We get a duplicate list, we get a deceased list. And so those are done every single day.
So what triggered you guys to take somebody off the list? So if you get a notice from Vital Statistics that says Ken Gray died, do you go in and remove him immediately, or do you have to wait for a certain amount of time?
We move them immediately. That day.
Because I don't know, I've heard sometimes they've got to go through 2 cycles or something, or.
No, that's a different thing. If they move away to one of those 32 states, we're gonna catch them probably. If they go to one of the other 18, then we have to have a piece of mail back, and then we can put them in active. And after we put them in active, they can still come in and vote, but they have to change their address and tell us where they are at that point, and then they can still vote. But if they're inactive and then they don't vote in 2 federal elections, then we can take them off.
That's state law.
That is, yeah, I believe it's federal law. Yeah. It's, well, I know it's federal law. And that's another one that I think is, you know, back in the day, people had to register, re-register every time if they didn't vote. And I'll bet you that there wasn't near the problem with addresses and what, I mean, we do have a problem with addresses, but we do the best we can and following the law.
And again, I want to reiterate, you guys have my absolute trust. You guys work extremely hard. And I think the problems that we're really discussing are on a much bigger scale, on focusing on other much more populous areas. And, you know, but we still have people that are staying away from the polls at our local level, and that's not a good thing.
No, it is, I agree, it's not a good thing, and I thought that I would talk about voter registration also, because there's also mistrust with
You
that
have
whole
all the
thing,
time
and,
you want.
At first, I wasn't taking this whole movement personally. And I don't know, the last 6 months, it's pretty darn hard to not take it personally.
What's your
And
job? You've invested your life into it for.
I have
30, 20
invested
years.
my life into it, but I'm not the only one. There's 3,100, what, 3,100 counties, give or take? And every one of them has a clerk. I would not want to associate myself with the Mesa County, Colorado clerk who has been arrested, but then she was also indicted by the grand jury for 7 felonies and 3 misdemeanors. So I don't think that that's apples to apples. Automatic voter registration was a ballot question in the general election in 2018, and that was approved by the voters. Another thing that I thought that was probably not going to be a good thing, but actually it has provided blessings and curses. It has helped to keep our voter addresses more current, but sometimes people are angry when they automatically get registered. While I don't have an answer to the problem, I don't think a lot of people are having to actually use the opt-out form is clear enough. And the legislature made it so they have to actually opt out. It's actually a form where they actually have to opt out and sign it. And that makes it more difficult if they don't want to get registered and they miss that. They miss that form, which is very easy to do for a long time. And I think it's better now, but for a long time, they wouldn't even take the clerks. You didn't even give the opt-out form to the same, you know, in the same place. And I think that might have been fixed, but it still needs some work. Same day voter registration was approved by the 2019 legislature for people who aren't registered before the deadline. When someone registers and votes the same day, they get a different code on the ballot, goes into a separate spot to be counted only after the voter goes through the vetting process each night with the statewide voter registration system and DMV. And then some of those votes are counted, some of them are not. But they're not going to be counted on election night because we have to wait until it goes through the system. Secure mail ballots are always a question in people's minds. Sending a ballot to all voters started in 2020 during COVID and was approved by the legislature last year to make the practice permanent. The ballots go out to all 40,000-ish active voters. They are coded on the front to show the precinct, ballot style, and ballot number. When we receive them back, they are not opened immediately, but only the sealed envelope is scanned and entered into the voter registration system by number. Once we receive that ballot, the person can't vote again because when we pull up their name, it shows that they already voted. The signatures on every ballot are checked before they are entered into the system. If the signature doesn't match, we contact the voter to cure that signature. If an operator does not believe the signature matches, 2 to 3 other people will check the signature also. After the envelopes are scanned, oh, and let me go back on that signature, all poll workers now are required to do signature verification a class in signature verification. After the envelopes are scanned and the signatures checked, the ballots are stored in our vault in batches of 100. The reports of each batch show a voter name, batch number, date scanned, and number of ballots in the batch. When the time comes to open the ballots, they are opened and separated from the envelope without unfolding or to protect ballot secrecy. The number of 100 ballots is balanced before they were opened. Well, it's balanced in the batch that it's in the vault. Then they're balanced before they are opened. There's a count of the opened envelopes and the opened ballots. Those are balanced, make sure that every one of them has 100 ballots, and they're done by precinct at that point. Before the ballots run through the tabulator, the operator of that function also checks that there are 100. Each step is signed off. Each polling location is manned by poll workers with very close supervision by my office. Ballot drop boxes are never unmanned. After the voting is over on election day, the USBs and any ballots that were dropped off are transported in locked containers by trusted county department heads or sheriff's deputies. As the head coach of a team of champions, my office and also hundreds of poll workers from various parties, I will defend our tireless efforts to pull off a secure election every time. And we were doing secure elections before there was an issue. We've always had secure and transparent elections. I was elected to handle elections and ensure that things are done right and above board. I take that very seriously. I, along with my team, have done that faithfully for the last 23 elections, all but 4 with Dominion. I will manage the next 2 elections with the same dedication to security. I am a bleeding heart patriot myself, and I love my country as much as you do. I believe in honesty, integrity, and hard work. I also believe that mistrust in our electoral process is misplaced, even though well intended. I have yet to see any evidence of widespread fraud. All of the fraud was dismissed by the Secretary of State and the Attorney General. Human error is more of an issue. So if we hand count ballots, we're going to have more human error than we have now. And you can find just about anything on the internet to bolster your opinion as truth, but that doesn't necessarily make it so. And that goes for both sides. Lies do not become truths just because they are repeated incessantly for 2 years. Many have already called this out for the BS that it is. Questions?
Yeah, we do. Can I start then?
Your chair.
So under Nevada law and under the authority of your office, can we legally stop using electronic voting?
Sure.
Could we go back to voting in precinct levels, where each precinct has its own voting location?
Logistically, absolutely not.
Can we legally do it?
Legally, yes.
Okay, because I'm assuming you're saying personnel wise, we wouldn't be able to man them?
It would just be, going back to paper ballots at this point in time would be like going back 40 years. And I don't believe that there is mass fraud in this country. I absolutely do not, because I would think that a huge percent of election officials feel the same way I do about elections, and I think that they guard it with their lives. I think that that's an easy excuse when somebody doesn't win an election, that you think that they should have, and
Well, again, it's not about what happened. It's about it's about re-engaging people and getting back to the polls and getting them to trust the system again, because there's whether they were lies, whether it was fact, it doesn't matter. People don't trust the system. But so you said logistically you wouldn't be able to do it, but what are the logistics involved that would prevent you from doing it?
it would take a lot of time. Counting them, we would I would think that we couldn't even probably make the statutory deadlines to, for the canvas. It would take days. to
How did
count.
we do it before then?
Because we had, let's see, when I started, we had 13,000 voters, now we have 42,000. That's how.
I just wonder, because I know, and when I say we, I mean, much larger cities were able to do it and meet the deadlines. I mean, I know we've gotten bigger, but that, they were 10 times larger than we were back then, and they were able to do it. And it was all done by hand and at the precinct level, so I'm not really following how and why it can't be done, and that's why I said.
I'm
going
not
back to
saying
the-
it can't be done. I'm saying that I'm not sure that we can make the guidelines. Plus, it would cost a lot of extra money. If we have a contract with Dominion, and if we undo that contract, is that going to, first of all, are we still gonna pay the fees that we, the maintenance fees every year until our contract expires? And if we don't, are they gonna sue us? There's a lot of questions, and one of the legislators the other day on the finance committee, mentioned that if we're not gonna use the machines, maybe we ought to pay the state back for the money that they gave us. So that was $465,000 for us that we have to come up with. I don't know if they can even do that.
So you just hit on one thing. So we pay a maintenance fee every year. What does that maintenance fee actually cover? Do they send somebody out to,
Absolutely.
and what do they do though? I mean, what's the maintenance on a computer? I mean,
They help us program the machines. They do our ballot styles. They send our ballot styles to the printer. Or for the mail ballots.
and you hit on my next question. So with the mail-in ballots, we're not using Dominion with them. So how are we tallying those? I mean, how are they? How are they getting into the Dominion system? Because what I'm used to, I think public, we think Dominion, we stand in front of the machine.
No. The ballots are paper ballots.
Right.
They're just paper ballots. So I don't know what you mean about.
How do they get, we fill them out, they're paper ballots and mail them back in. How do they get from being a paper ballot to getting into the Dominion machines?
They're scanned.
So they're not counted by, they are scanned and sent into the system. And then just my last question is, like I said, we absolutely want to be partners with you and support your office. What do you recommend? What can we do within the confines of the law to begin to restore public trust participation in the system?
I would go talk to anybody. I have had a lot of phone calls. And after I talk to people and tell them what we do, oh, well, that's good to know. I didn't know that. And there's so much hype out there that people are hearing, and they're saying, they're believing everything that they're hearing. And you know how rumors are. And it's just a really bad situation right now.
So you suggest, education, only
I
education.
think education is the thing, although at this point in time, 2 years ago, during the election, there was a bunch of silliness going around. And so the Secretary of State did a nice facts and fiction, I think it was called, or something. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a few pages, just this is alleged, and then how it really is, and on and on. And it was really good. And a lot of people didn't like it because I guess they still believed what they wanted to believe. And people are going to believe what they want to believe, no matter what I say, no matter what you say.
Well, I agree. What was our last turnout in the last general election?
Almost 31,000.
Percentage wise.
75 point something percent.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
75 point something. I don't remember what the something was.
All right, that's all I got, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 quick questions, I think. Well, and one is really not necessarily related to this, but I'm curious. It was mentioned that I guess in Colorado, the Secretary of State banned the county clerk from access to paper ballots. Is that possible in the state of Nevada? The Secretary
Well,
of
if I
State just-
had 7 felonies against me and 3 misdemeanors, and I hadn't even been to trial yet.
Okay.
I think, yeah, it probably could be possible.
Okay, and then, you have confidence in the hardware and software that we're using in Lyon County?
Absolutely,
And if you didn't, your first cause of action would probably be to come to this board asking for money to replace them?
absolutely.
I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What would the cost be just to switch over? Actually, before I ask that, did we have any candidates or anyone in the election protest Lyon County results?
No.
Okay. So we didn't have any protests from any of the candidates in the previous election, right?
No,
What would the cost be about, do you anticipate? To switch from the Dominion machines, including possible whatever price it is to back out of our agreement and then to go to paper?
to go, I don't know.
Like,
I
how
think
much
it
would it cost the
if we had to pay that,
taxpayers in Lyon County?
if we had to go back and pay that $465,000 back, and I don't know if we would or not, that's an attorney issue and probably even an attorney general issue. So that's a huge cost. If we were doing, if we weren't doing paper ballots, we already are doing paper ballots, so there wouldn't be that cost. But counting the ballots, I mean, it'd just be a nightmare to try to do that.
All right. With that, I've heard some of your frustrations as well, and I'm not going to summarize what you said, but my frustrations stem from the state, not the local level. I think we should have to show our ID to vote. I think we must be eligible to vote legally to get in there, whether it's age, residency, same day voting issues. I just would know, we didn't have anyone protest the election. We didn't have, I will not support costing the taxpayers of Lyon County an undisclosed amount of money. When it's really state level, we should be addressing state concerns. So thank you for your time.
Well, I've talked to you about this before, and I'm very appreciative of your conscientiousness, because I know everybody in your office works hard to make sure that we have confidence in Lyon County. But as everybody said here before, and some of the evidence on both sides shows that there can be some concern about our systems. Not sure how we approach that. I do know that it's a state problem with all the different rules that we've changed. And I believe, in looking at the contract, I think that we pay $40,000 a year to Dominion in the off year, and about half or double that in an election year.
You know, without looking, I don't have that with me, and I don't know off the top of my head.
I see Jeff shaking his head.
That's fairly
I believe,
close.
yeah.
You're rounding up, but yeah, you're.
Yeah.
And I think we go through 2026 with our current contract.
Correct.
So I wouldn't know that $465,000 would be something we'd have to pay back, since we've gone through probably close to half the contract.
Well, that would just be for that would be money that the state gave us, the county didn't have to pay for. You still paid for it on your state rate, but it's.
Right. So I just, looking at that, I kind of go with Commissioner Jacobson. I hate to have us spend excess money. We don't need to, but I also understand that my constituents are very concerned about ensuring that the election is correct. So, as I said at the very beginning, because you guys are so conscientious, I can always say, I trust Nikki, I trust the people in the office. You've also said you do a random sampling probably above and beyond what's required. You know, so take your own time to make sure that things add up on a spreadsheet. So I do appreciate that. But I think you can understand where we're coming from
I do,
with
no question.
the very big concern that people just go, why am I voting? So things such as today's presentation maybe give us the education for quite a few people on Zoom that there are problems that experts are seeing in the system and that we need to work on that. People know we are representatives trying to make sure that everything gets done right here in the county. And hopefully through some of the other people who get elected statewide. And where I'm coming from on the whole situation. I'm not
And I
happy
am
with
glad,
it.
again, I am glad to go to any group and talk to any group about the security and the integrity, and I'm glad to do that. So if you know of anybody, just have them let me know.
Mr. Keller, just.
So you don't make them stand 60 feet away to watch you?
I don't know how many feet it is, but we really never had any, I think we had 2 poll watchers last time.
I know what I'm commenting is I've been down there and stuff, you've never denied anybody to watch or made it impossible to
No,
my
no,
knowledge.
because you
ever.
can see fairly
So-
well, most of the process, you can see fairly well from the window.
So here's my thing. I'm not saying it's not possible because I am one of those believers that just about anything can be hacked. Seen some crazy stuff out there. And I know they hack my computer every day, it seems like. It's like, no matter what you do, no matter what kind of security systems you put on, you end up with issues. And so there's always people that are a whole lot smarter than me when it comes to that. So I don't deny that those things are possible. But I also believe that Nikki does anything and everything up and beyond and always has to make sure our elections are as safe as she can make them. So
I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
yeah, so I guess where I'm at is, obviously everything needs to be fixed at a state level for the most part. We gotta start requiring, voter ID. We gotta, just no automatic register. I love to go back in history. Hey, if you don't vote in the election, next time around, you gotta go re-register. If you don't want to vote, great. You do, go register. But those are all state laws that we need to deal with. And I don't know that by, urging Nikki to have people count all the ballots is foolproof either. I mean, we had just as many complaints back in the day of human error. I remember those days, and we had people ticked off, trying to watch my language, because they felt that votes were not counted correctly, especially in local races.
Mhm.
And human error or human mischief, whatever. So I don't know that, saying, hey, especially between now and the primary, I mean, this is already
I can't,
the
that's
middle
not,
of
that's not even,
April. I
that's
mean,
not
to
an option.
completely revamp everything when ballots are already going out. The ballots that I feel shouldn't be going out to everybody.
Agreed.
And then you've got the whole harvesting, scenario. I mean, but those all need to be fixed at the state level, so. Nikki, I think you do a great job, and I would love for you to tell us anything that you feel that you need, even if that means spending money, and you know me, I'm the last one to try to spend money.
But that would be
But if
tough.
you need money because you think there's something you need help with for this year's election, hey, I'm there for you.
Thank you.
I think we're all there for you. I mean, it's like I said, this was never meant to be an attack on your office, nothing like that. I do want to applaud everybody on the civil discourse today and, not get anybody's hackles up. I mean, we have a real problem on our hands. How we tackle it going forward is the story. And there is a very common thread here, and I agree. This really fixing it at the county level, because I don't think any of us disagree that, we don't think there was any fraud, especially widespread fraud. I mean, there may have been one or two people voted, I'll say one or two people that voted twice or, filled out somebody else's ballot.
We had one.
But, well, that
And
we
we
know
caught
of, that we know of. I mean,
Well,
but I mean, that doesn't stop people from giving their ballot to somebody and, signing it, saying, here, go do what you want with it, but, which is still fraud. Regardless, it's that, but I think this does need to be tackled at the state level. So and we are too close. And when I initially brought this up, I wanted postponing it for probably almost a year. We may have had more time, but I think we do need to tackle this at the state level. So I would like to make a motion that we at least let our concerns be known to the state that were brought up by, Mr. Marchand and Nikki and the rest of the folks here. So my motion is going to be, if we could, where did that go? I'm gonna wait till she gets back to make that motion. Because I do want to support you. I want to get people back to the polls. I want our turnout rates to be better. Since she gets back, I will.
and
make
just
that
so you're
motion.
not real disappointed, the primary is never very high, so.
No, I
That's
know
not a
that.
good.
In fact, the last general election, that primary was the highest it's been in 12 years,
What was it?
30%.
30%.
That's insane.
You want to talk about disenfranchised voters? It's what disenfranchised voters about the primary election was in the old days for local elections, top two vote getters went to the general election. When people said that that the vote was no longer an option, people stopped showing up for the primaries, many of them. I can give you at least 20 people that talked to me about that. So there's a number of things that need to be fixed on that particular issue. Or election issue.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a few moments.
When we want to go to public comment, if that's okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna make a motion here real quick. I missed some of my speech, but anyways, so I'd like to make.
I've heard you rattle before.
Really?
Was a price of admission right there.
Anyways, I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter to the Secretary of State, the governor, and the sitting members of our legislature that we, I'll say demand, but I'm open to other verbiage as well. That we demand a voter ID law, that only legal voters participate in our elections, that we cancel the all mail-in ballots. We reinstitute the absentee ballot program for people that have legitimate reasons. It has to be a positive request where they, state their reason, sign and act, it's a positive action request. That we utilize a secure paper ballot, which can still be scanned. And then we also have a mandatory minimum percentage audit of each precinct. So where it's,
Mr. Chair, if I may ask a clarifying question.
sir,
Would you rather have a letter or a resolution that's approved by the board at the next commission meeting
that's fine.
to send? And then you and I can work on the verbiage of that resolution and make sure it meets the needs of what the board's trying to address.
That's fine. Ms. Bryan, how do you feel about that?
I don't have a problem with that at all.
So good support though.
Sure.
So that's a resolution. I'm sorry, sir.
Ballot harvesting, was that?
Yeah, oh, yeah, and ballot harvesting, I get rid of that.
So if you wouldn't mind sort of amending your motion from a letter to a resolution to be brought back next board meeting.
Yes, thank you.
And that ballot harvesting, just for the record, that was approved. It used to be that, and actually, I don't remember if it was the last election. I think it was maybe I think it was after the last election, because during the 18 election, you could only have a person in your house, your wife, your kid, somebody. Now, the state law has changed so that you can give it to anybody. So if somebody goes to canvasses a neighborhood, they can get people to give them their ballots and, you know, they can tell them, oh, well, I'm from the clerk's office, and that's not right. But that could happen. The good thing about that though is the signatures would be matched, and it would be hard for them to match a signature unless they had stolen mail or whatever, and that's still in
our county, but not necessarily Clark County.
And I can only do me.
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
I have a question.
Discussion?
Yes, please. I'd like to ask the DA if that's germane to the agenda item. The agenda item is to request the Lyon County Clerk to conduct voting. That's all it is.
I see this as a lesser.
A lesser to draft a resolution
I think so.
to the clerk.
I don't feel a letter to the state is anything anywhere close to being germane to requesting the Lyon County Clerk. But I'll defer to the DA's opinion. Just want to make sure we don't get in trouble.
Yeah, I do have concerns that it only references the clerk. So doing something to the state would not necessarily be lesser. Commissioner Keller?
So if we skip it on this under agenda request, can the request
Bring it
for
back as a
resolution to the next?
Rose alone.
Certainly, no problem with that, but I do have some concerns that the agenda item
I agree after reading. it.
references the county clerk. So it's not necessarily lesser sending something to the state.
So we will pull a motion then, and guess at this point, go on to the next item. There's no public discussion at this point. It's over and done. There's no action on it. But I will still give Governor List a few minutes if you'd like to, sir.
Are you gonna have public comment or you're gonna select? the public
No, it
comment?
was pulled, the agenda item, the
No, it's
the motion was pulled.
I think you need to have public comment
Yeah,
on the
okay.
item, even
No,
though
we
there
are.
wasn't a
That's
motion.
what I said, we're going to.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for allowing me to speak for a few moments. Number one, I compliment you guys on the fine work that you do all the time in this county. This is the level of government where the rubber hits the road, and your constituents have access to you and can see on a day-to-day basis what you're doing. And it's far closer form of government than trying to fight with the Nevada legislature or with some of the statewide officials. To introduce myself, I am Robert List. I'm a former Attorney General, I'm a former district attorney over in Carson City, and former Attorney General, former governor. And I've dealt with a lot of elections over the years, and I compliment you for digging in and doing what you're doing and the exploration that's taken place. And Nikki in particular, thank you for a great job and a very good explanation here. I think one factor that was not perhaps emphasized enough in my mind is the security of the machines. Obviously, if somebody has access to a machine, they can do anything they want to virtually, especially if they're experts. And I think in the case of the Mesa, Colorado situation, there were serious questions about who had access to the machines, what they did with them, what the clerk allowed, and it's resulted in her being indicted. The machines in Nevada and certainly in Lyon County, as Nikki could attest, are held very securely. No, the public does not have access to get into those machines before or after the election. They're secured, they're locked. Some counties are held in sort of a vault capacity. And once they're put in the voting place, there are seals that can be identified if they've been intruded upon or violated during the time that they were in the voting place in the precincts. So the machines are secure both before, during, and after an election to preclude anybody getting into them and quote hacking them. They do not have modems, they cannot be connected to the internet. And so the hacking that could take place if somebody gets into the machine doesn't happen because they're secure the whole time. I want to just for a moment or two talk about Dominion because I am a consultant, I'm a lawyer. And one of my clients for some 10 years now has been Dominion Voting. And I've helped them with, for example, getting the legislature to help pay for them, to secure the money that Barbara Sagaski, our Secretary of State, and the legislature fought for to ease the burden, especially on rural Nevada and rural Nevada counties. And that's where my heart is. That's where I came from. And that's what my values really have been established. A few comments about Dominion. It is a nonpartisan company. It's a U.S. company. Votes are counted here, not any place in Europe, not in Venezuela, not in Italy or France. Everything takes place in the United States, despite some of the accusations. The company operates in 28 states, both red and blue states. And there have been allegations about the software, particularly a company called Smartmatic has been attacked. Dominion does not own Smartmatic. It does not contract with Smartmatic. It does not use Smartmatic. There's no connection with that. There have been hundreds and hundreds over the years of audits, and perhaps thousands of audits and of recounts all over the country involving Dominion machines, and there have never been outcomes of any particular findings of those machines that have been found to be inaccurate. They've always been found to be inaccurate. Probably the most recent example of that would be in Maricopa County, Arizona. And we all know that there was a huge hue and cry there about the election. It was found to be 100% accurate.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we got over 3 minutes, actually gave you 4, so give you a little bit of extra time there.
All right, I'll wrap it up here in just a moment. Machines also are incapable of fractional
You're the
or
chairman.
weighted voting.
Sorry, I'm not being disrespectful. You give public comment 3 minutes. You gave him extra time. You don't do this.
Sir, she's correct. We got over public comment. I did give you an extra minute, so.
So I'm done?
You're done, sir. Sorry.
My name is Russ Wright. I live here in Dayton. I have to go on record as saying I'm not running for any public office, nor am I seeking a seat on any commission. I'm sorry about Mesa, Colorado, but I'm concerned about Lyon County. And I think that today we're beating a red herring when we in fact are just the minnow. And the minnow is doing a pretty damn good job of certifying elections and running them correctly. I have a nephew that made his living hacking into computers. He did very well at that. He hacked into the Stanford University computer system sitting in the president's office with the head of the computer science department, doctor somebody or other, sitting there saying it can't be done. He hacked into there. What he did is he hacked into computers and then designed firewalls to protect people like him from hacking into the computers. That was published. What they didn't publish was at the request of the director of the California State Franchise Tax Board, he went into her office and using her computer, hacked into the California State Franchise Tax Board, and in a period of about 10 minutes, transferred $38 million out of the California State Treasury into his private checking account, much to her chagrin. He gave it all back, but he showed her that it could be done. So whether they can hack in Mesa, Colorado, or they can hack into Dayton, Nevada, water department or whatever, I think we all recognize that can be done. The fact that it's not being done in Lyon County is what I think we need to concentrate on. We cannot in Lyon County correct a state deficiency. And we can't ask our clerk to correct things that she's directed by state law to do. She could get felonies and misdemeanors charged against her if she decided she was above the law, and she would elect to do whatever she felt was necessary and go to paper ballots or some other machine. I think the fact that she hasn't, whether it's painful for Nikki or not, to obey the law and keep the rest of you, ladies and gentlemen, out of jail because she's doing her job. I think she's to be commended for that. We were quarreling this morning about why there's a disenfranchised with the voter and going to elections, primary or not. I would like to suggest that today's exercise, I believe, is part of the problem.
My name is Elaine St. John. I live here in Dayton. And since 2015, I have been very aware of election integrity. During the time of 2015 to 2019, I served as the 4th vice chair of politics on the Calaveras Republican Party. 2 of the attorneys that worked with the Election Integrity Project were on our board. And they were involved in the 2016 lawsuit in Los Angeles County, where there was 120% voter turnout. So this is nothing new to me. I'm door knocking. I understand that people are very upset about election integrity. And to me, it doesn't matter what anybody really thinks except for the voters. I can tell you that when I door knock, probably, I don't want to put a percentage on it, but it's definitely over 80% of the people I talk to are concerned about election integrity. It's really, really big. That's all I care about. We have had men that have died on the battlefield for our right to vote. I think it's really, really, it's almost like a holy communion in my mind. I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. And I believe in, the patriots that have died for our country and our right to vote. Thank you. I would like to see us get rid of voting machines and go to paper ballots.
Anybody else in chambers? Okay,
Can I say
go
something?
to Zoom right now? I'm sorry?
Could I say something as a public comment?
No, I'm sorry, thank you. At this point, we're gonna go to Holly Wilburn on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I'm having connection issues.
Yes, we hear you just fine, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Holly Wellborn. I am the Policy Director for the ACLU of Nevada. I appreciate having the time to come here and speak with you all today. I want to thank you for holding such a phenomenal meeting. I think, election integrity and issues of voting are incredibly important to a civil society. And we understand where your clerk is coming from, where this commission is coming from. I won't go into defense of the laws that we've passed in the state of Nevada. But we can do that another time when you're considering your resolution. But I do want to just state a few things on the record for clarity, so it's there. Number 1, the Help America Vote Act requires at least one direct recording electronic voting system equipped for persons with disabilities. This proposal, it came up for a minute, but I want to make it abundantly clear that that would be a violation of the Help America Vote Act to not provide a machine for that purpose. I also want to state that Nevada law requires that if a tribal community requests a voting machine, that has to be provided by the clerk. So those are other laws that she would have to take into consideration should you have moved forward with this proposal. We're happy that you didn't. We are pleased to see the faith that you have in your clerk. Clerks across the nation are facing ridicule and harassment and threats. She is doing her job, and she's doing her job well. We run an election protection program throughout the state, and we know firsthand that we have some of the best election officials in the country. We thank her for her service. and for operating in integrity as a duly elected official. Again, you know, when we were talking about the lack of faith that people have in our election systems, it's coming from proposals like this. It's coming from, you know, I think you've hit the nail on the head that this is a discussion that we have to have at the statewide level, that pushing these, you know, agenda items through the local level is just going to sow more distrust in our election system. So we're grateful to you for pulling this. And, you know, we're happy to have additional conversations in the future about other policies. Thank you.
Okay, next up is LS.
Hi, my name is Leah Cincione. I just kind of wanted to put something out there. I don't know if there's an NRS or something against the commissioners helping with the elections or sitting in on the elections. I think that would be an eye opener for the people bringing this to the table is get in there and help, you know, volunteer your time and help with the elections, and you can see how the process is done. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Ruben Oliveros.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. My name is Ruben Oliveros. I am a voting rights advocate here on behalf of the Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center. We are Nevada's designated protection and advocacy agency dedicated to protecting, promoting, and expanding the rights of individuals with disabilities in our great state. We urge you to reject any proposal to transition to a paper-only ballot system. Electronic voting systems are safe, secure, and are an important means for ensuring that voters with disabilities have equal access in our electoral process. There has been some discussion that people with disabilities can vote without these electronic machines. For blind voters or voters with visual impairments, that would mean having a poll worker read their options out loud and marking them for them. This would compromise the secrecy of their individual votes and risk human error in misreading or mismarking the options on the ballot. Moreover, the Help America Vote Act requires that there be at least one accessible electronic voting machine at each polling site. And other federal and state laws, including the Nevada Constitution, they mandate equal access to the polls for everybody. The voting process must be accessible to everybody, including people with disabilities, to ensure that our democracy works. Maintaining an electronic voting system ensures that poll workers are trained in how to use them. The machines are available to individuals with disabilities who need them, and also that individuals with disabilities have their privacy maintained. Security is important, but it cannot come at the cost of accessibility and equality. We have to do a good job with both. A paper ballot only system doesn't do that, and it's illegal. We cannot have a separate but equal system, and we urge you to reconsider this in any future decisions that you make about elections. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Next up, Tony, and I'm sitting as Tony Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board of Commissioners, Clerk Bryant. I appreciate it. My name is Tony Stevenson. I'm the chair of Lyon County Democratic Central Committee. I'm also a former IT professional of over 30 years. I've worked both state and county government. I understand the processes and how they work. I've done that here in Nevada. I also did it in Oregon. I understand security because I've been responsible for it more than once, both at the government level and in the private sector. I want to be clear. As an IT professional, I never would have accessed proprietary hardware or software without the express written consent of the owner of that system or a court order. It would not have happened. And to underscore this point, Mark Cook is associated with Tina Peters, who has been indicted by a grand jury and is awaiting trial. These are not great witnesses to have. As for the political views here, please, you have to just really, you just gave a platform to a partisan candidate for the Secretary of State. That's not right. If you really believe there was massive voter fraud here in Nevada, Mr. Gray, why is Wes Henderson sitting next to you instead of Leandra Carr? This is a problem looking for a solution. Please stick to the work of the people of Lyon County. We need our roads improved. We need water for all of this uncontrolled development we have. We need family wage jobs. We don't need to keep promoting the big lie. Thank you.
And it looks like we got everybody online, even though their hands are still up.
There's one more public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Catherine Nielsen. I am the Executive Director of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. The council engages in advocacy, systems change, and capacity building activities for people with developmental disabilities and their families in order to promote equal opportunity, self-determination, and community inclusion. Accessibility involves much more than providing ramps. It is the key element of inclusion and the baseline of equal service. Accessibility refers to the design of environments, products, and services that facilitate access for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to the same level of independence and privacy as everyone else. Ensuring effective access to information and services isn't only about meeting legal requirements or satisfying a policy checklist. It is about constantly striving to expand meaningful participation for all. People with disabilities are at a serious disadvantage when it comes to paper ballots, as is our military overseas. In addition to the Help America's Votes Act, AB 121 enrolled in this last legislative session allows an elector with a disability to register to vote and a registered voter with a disability to request and cast an absent ballot using the system of approved electronic transmission established for certain uniformed military and overseas voters. This system now allows for people with disabilities to also use this electronic system to vote. Switching to a paper ballot would increase inaccessibility for people with disabilities in your county. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I don't think we got Doralee Martinez. LS, can you take your hand down, please? Doralee? Doralee Martinez, you're up next.
Hello, could you folks hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Doralee Martinez. I am totally blind and I am an avid advocate for people with disability, and I'm also a former graduate of Dayton High School. I would like to echo the prior commenters. As a blind individual, it is very hard to go to a poll and vote, especially when there's no accessible voting machine. Last year, we did pass the AB 121, as the prior commenter was saying. So please, if it's not broken, why fix it? People with disability are tired. We are tired of fighting for scraps. We want to fight for liberty and justice for all. If you put this into action, Dayton or Lyon County does not have adequate and frequent transportation to bring people with disabilities to the voting polls. So I urge you to leave things as is, and I appreciate all your time, and thank you so much for everything that you all do. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like everybody online, anybody left in chambers. Okay, with that, we're gonna close that item out. We're gonna take a break. I'll take a break.
minus 13B.
Motion, move second.
Second.
Okay, sorry, we have any public comment? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, consent agenda passes. Moving on to item 13B. Mr. Jacobson.
I would like to discuss the broker fee, how much he makes. Is this something that we can get from another service that might? This commission we're paying seems to be upwards, from my math, and I might be wrong. That's why I need clarification to fix my math, but I'm thinking we're paying him about upwards of 170,000. That may or may not be the case, but I think we could find, I'm curious, are we the only one using this company? Are there other options out there? Do we ever go out to, and after getting this handed to on the franchise fee a little bit, I'm weary, but going out and asking, is this something that we could bid for? I don't know. I don't know how many years per se we've gone with this particular broker, but I would like for some competition to lower the rates for Lyon County.
I'll try to address all of those questions. Eric Malawski, HR Director. So this is not a service that we're required to bid for under the NRS. However, there's nothing that would preclude us from doing so. A little bit of history on this particular broker. I think he's been with the county for something like 16 years. I've been here for 4. When I first took over, his contract was passed every year on the consent agenda. It's certainly fair enough to raise these questions. I approached it with an open mind. When I came into the role, he does an excellent job for us, an absolutely excellent job in terms of when we go out to bid for the health insurance contracts, life insurance, dental, vision. He prepares the RFP. When we get the bids back from the carriers, he leverages relationships, helps us out with the negotiation and making sure we're paying a fair price. What he also does that's pretty valuable to us, an analogy for you. So when you're about to you're a lawyer, you're about to go to trial, one of the things you're going to think about is what are all the other arguments that the other side's going to bring up. And when you go to negotiate insurance, there's a comparable process where you have to look at all these statistical factors as far as what's our loss ratio, what's our large claims activity, what's likely to carry over into the next year, what's not, inflation, and there's some pretty heavy statistical lifting that goes into that. This broker does his own essentially underwriting to make sure it looks at the loss ratio and the group plan at large, much as a carrier would, to make sure that when we go and sit down and negotiate the rates with the carrier, we're getting a fair deal on the insurance. And we know that we've done our due diligence because we've done the math, done the homework. And so he does all that stuff for us. In addition, throughout the year, when employee claims come up, I'm a 2-person HR department. Let me give you a frame of reference on that. Carson City, Douglas County, similar sized jurisdictions have 5-6 people in their HR department. It is enormously helpful to me when we get employee benefits issues for me not to have to make 50 calls to deal with, this claim or that claim not getting paid correctly. So yes, Mr. Carlson's fee for all the work he does and his expertise that he lends to that work. I calculate 3% on big ticket item is the medical. That's like it'll be about $4.5 million this year. It's about 135,000, and you're in the right ballpark when you add in the commissions he gets on life, vision, and so on too. I look at to be honest with you, Commissioner Jacobs, we haven't gone out to bid, so I don't know what LP insurance services and that kind of thing would actually come back with. Assuming costs were even close, I'd recommend to the board staying with this broker every single time, and it would ultimately be up to you. If you want me to bid it, I absolutely will. But I wanted to give you a little more, I guess, context from my end of things, what I see.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
the county's been with Mr. Carlson for about 16 years now, I believe. So I'll put it in maybe a perspective that you will understand. I look at my insurance coverage that I have for healthcare, and I look at my wife's insurance coverage that she has for healthcare. We both work within the same county. We work with two different taxpayer-funded organizations. I don't want to mention any names, but the Lyon County School District. And what she pays, if I were to put my kids on her insurance compared to what I pay, is day and night difference. He's done a phenomenal job of negotiating those things. And when we had some, unfortunately, we get employees who get sick, who have cancers, cardiac problems, strokes. So I've had 2 of the 3, well, actually almost 3 of the 3, but and
Don't push it now.
they keep our rates down. He is able to keep our rates down to an affordable. Do I wish it was better? Oh, heck yeah, I wish it was better. But he has been able to do a number of things for us that another broker won't do. Without going into any personnel issue, we did recently have a situation in which an employee was denied coverage. No other brokerage firm out there would have gone to the lengths that he went to work with that particular insurance company to ensure that the family situation was resolved. So for me, and I will tell you, if you don't have to trust me, you'll notice that there's nothing in the file from Mr. Foley. If you look in the dictionary under the word frugal, cheap, whatever you want to call it, there's his picture. He's one of the most frugal people I've ever met. We have been through this before, and it's interesting. It's always the commissioner from Fernley who brings this up. The last time this was brought up was Commissioner Warrenson. But Mr. Foley speaks highly of what the broker provides for us, because he's been able to save us literally thousands of dollars in insurance rates and keep our prices down, where some of the brokerage firm would not have gone to as much work as he did to get us where we are today. So that's why I suggest we keep staying with Mr. Gray.
I thought it was the official, former official from Uring or Mason Valley that did that. Or was that the other insurance broker that he was hammer on? Craig Honeywell?
Oh,
never mind.
That was with, yeah.
Yeah.
A different
So,
one.
yeah. So anyway, I do want to point out though, that if it's the employee I'm thinking of, they went to great lengths to make sure that employee's family was taken care of. They jumped through some hoops. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And they took care of that employee, and that was good to see, because that was a disheartening situation. So, and I think their fees are fully in line with other brokers as well. And difference is these guys, I mean, they will go to bat as well. Sometimes you get what you pay for, but in that industry, I think they're within standards.
Chairman, Mr. Page, you refreshed my memory, but yeah, when you mentioned Mr. Warren, I was already gonna say that I was sitting on this board when we did look at this once before. Granted, it's been a few years, but at that time, there was a couple of companies that came to us and kind of gave wasn't like an RFP per se, but they came and gave us their pitch. And yeah, their services were not even close to what we've been receiving. So we kind of just
So we
straightened
don't-
this guy because
we
he's
don't
got our
think-
back.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
Mr. Chair, I guess I was just saying, do not entertain or listen to outside, and we just constantly award the large commission. I'm not saying I give it to them eventually, but
I don't know who's saying that. Nobody here said that. I mean, that's, you pulled it for discussion, we're discussing it.
right.
So we're making our comments, and I agree with you. We can get it for less, maintain the service, or maybe take advantage of a longevity clause or something that, with the broker, it's great. So, I don't think anybody was trying to shut the conversation down or just take.
No, I know. I was just explaining.
So my understanding is that the fees that he charges, the percentage he charges, are within what any brokerage firm is going to charge us. The 3% for medical, 7% for life insurance. We're going to get that same bid from another company. What we don't get from the other companies in talking with other counties is that individual service. So we were with another medical insurance company a few years ago that was problematic for many employees. He went to great lengths to make sure that their healthcare coverage was addressed and dealt with. In one, at least one instance I know of personally, not that it was me, but somebody shared with me, it was questionable whether the insurance company had the responsibility to cover that issue or not. And he was very influential in getting that taken care of. So that's why we have stayed with him, is because he does go to work for us. He's a small operator, but does work very well with us, to the point where, again, back to comment made earlier, a few years ago, the president at the time of the teachers union asked if they could sign on with Lyon County to provide insurance, and we informed him, no, we didn't want their claims history. So that would, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Jacobson, but I do believe that if Mr. Foley or Eric or myself believed that we were being taken to the cleaners, we would be going out to some form of informal or formal bidding process to see if there's something better out there. We have not been able to find a better round peg to put in the round hole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curiosity, how are the percentages set?
So it's in the contract appended to today's agenda.
Oh, yeah.
It's 3% for medical, 7% for dental, term life, and accidental death and disability is 10%, and vision is 6%. I did some quick math. You're right in the ballpark, Commissioner Jacobson. 150 and 160 maybe is what he totals at for his commissions on all those things. I just, something the county manager said, you get what you pay for on this stuff. When we go to hire accountants to do our audits, when we go to hire counsel to represent us in various proceedings, we don't go for the cheapest person out there. And we as staff usually go for the person that we trust to get us the best results. Again, we can bid it out. We can go, if you're not comfortable with the due diligence or the recommendation today, I don't have an we can do that. It's just, I guess the recommendation of the board would be, don't trip over the amount of the commission, because it'll cost us more in the long run. You're talking about a $4.5 million expense here when you're talking about employee medical coverage. And then, you get upwards of $5 million when you throw in all the other stuff, life, vision, dental, et cetera. And so that's a major part of what we do that we want to do correctly. And so, we want to get the right person to help us with that.
You didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
I know what the percentages are. They're in here. How did they get set? Who came up with the percentages?
The percentages were, I can't answer that question for you, because as the time I took over in 2018, this was the contract. I kept the status quo going because no one had objected to it.
Exactly. I'm just curious, because some are 3, some are 10, some are 7. And if we're using one broker for all these, why is it just 1%?
Don't have the answer.
Okay, but you understand the questions this just brings up to my mind.
Yes.
So just a quick one. I mean, probably to answer that, it's probably real estate. There's an accepted industry standard, is, if I remember right, with insurance, which is always negotiable. So I'm wondering, maybe to appease everybody, we can go back. We've got such a long-term relationship with them. Wondering if maybe we could negotiate some of those percentages. Like, kind of hesitant to do that because of the service we do get out of them, because it's almost like we're penalizing them, but it's also doing our due diligence as well as, being good fiduciaries of the public's money. So just a thought. I'm not directing you. I'm just saying maybe, go ahead.
Question, when does this contract need to be signed?
It would go into effect 7/1, and so yes, by that second meeting.
Okay, so between now and next month, next meeting, 2 meetings from now, would that give you enough time to reach out to a couple of other brokers to find out what their percentage rates are? So we have something to compare to?
Yes. And I'd rather do an RFP then. I'd rather do it the right way and do it formally and do an RFP if that's what we
Well, we're not gonna have time to do that. I mean,
It's
if
going to be extremely tight.
So would you be happy with reaching out to the broker to see if those are negotiable?
Yeah, well, what do you want me to,
But you're asking to negotiate something that the answer out there is from some of these other companies as much or more
Oh, yeah, I got you. I just,
So,
yeah, and the broker could sit flat out and say no. I mean, yeah, I mean, we've
no,
got.
I'm comfortable with these percentages.
I'm
I would
comfortable
just
with it.
like it to be on the record that our broker doesn't necessarily charge us any more than anybody else would.
How long is this contract for?
1 year.
So why don't we approve it now, and in the meantime, he can do his research and get it back, and if we can tackle it next year and have plenty of time for an RFP, you know, I mean, within the next few months, we can actually get that rolling if we find out they're out of line.
Well, I made my comments. I will give to Commissioner Jacobson the items.
I guess we should see what's out there, and if that's, I guess, timeline's too tight this year. I'll request an agenda item for February 1st of next year that we put this out to RFP.
Fair enough.
It's a huge contract. I don't.
February 1st.
Plenty of time by June 1st, so we can't use this timeline as a.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So if I request it right now for February 1st, I know it's gonna be on there February 1st.
I'd like to back it up and have start planning now, working towards that. It takes a long time to get these, that we found out, get these RFPs ready and in and scored.
So January 1st, what are you saying?
I wouldn't be opposed to doing October, the end of the, you know, something to work on towards the end of this year when things start to slow down.
So
Yeah, that's just my suggestion. But there's lots of times we don't get the time crunch. Next, I agree with that. I'd like to see go out to RFP to see what comes back. Full in yourself.
I'm not gonna make a motion for it. So if you're looking at me to make a motion to approve this.
Looking for more comments or let them.
Oh, no, I'm done.
Yeah, nobody's making a motion. I mean,
so your recommendation is to approve this contract for this year.
I would recommend that, yes.
Because of both past performance and all that, and then we can take a look at it next year. Okay. Given that, I will move that we approve the renewal of the contract with Benefit Intelligence Services to continue serving Lyon County employees benefits program.
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm sorry, any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
4-1, motion passes. Moving on to the planning consent agenda, I do want to pull that for a quick discussion. Only the one item.
We'll be going to further on with the
I'll get to it.
suggestion that we put that in, or that's gonna be an agenda.
When we
item.
get agenda request.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already closed out at that point. So planning consent agenda item 15A, possible action approval of the final subdivision map for Heritage Ranch phases 1 and 2 located in Dayton, Nevada, not including rights of way which have been offered for dedication and will not be accepted by the county until at least 90% of the lots within the respective unit have been developed. The improvements are expected and approved by Lyon County, and the county accepts the improvements for maintenance. I just have real reservations about approving another 105 homes with the potential to go up to 200 and what they say in their report, 279 lots total. You know, infrastructure, you know, we constantly talk about it, but putting more homes on sewage, more homes on water, and I know they've met the requirements, but those are my reservations. Any further discussion?
Just a comment, this is for final subdivision maps, so that means you've already approved the map. So those homes are already approved, they've met the conditions.
Looking for a motion then, if there's no further discussion.
I move that we approve item 15A as presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
You
got your money's worth today, boys.
Going back to the regular agenda, county manager, item 16A, possible action authorize and select county commissioners to attend the 2022 NACO National Association of Counties Annual Conference and Exposition in Adams County, Colorado, July 21 through 21, 22.
It's 21 through 24.
Agenda says 21 to 21.
I understand that.
I got you. I don't, non-agenda is correctly. Do we need to pull that one?
No, I think that's a typo, understandably, so,
Okay.
and not significant to the item.
Well, the cost is significant, going from 1 day to 4 days.
Oh, I
That's why I
thought,
brought it up.
if the cost is changed, that's a different story, but I just understood it to be the date, 21 to.
Yeah, but you're talking about 3 days versus, or 4 days of travel and expenses and hotels as opposed to 1 day as it was agendized for.
I thought it was agendized for 3.
Excuse me. Trying to hear the DA, thank you. I'm sorry, what was that, Steve?
So I guess for the county managers, the anticipated cost for the 21st to the 24th still approximately $2,000
That is
per
correct,
person.
sir. That's correct, sir. The July 21st, 21st is.
Okay, I got you.
Traffic layer.
Okay. So the agenda as written, you can take action. On the 21st to 21st is just a typo. The cost per person would remain the same as in the agenda.
I was thinking that just might be airfare these days. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I requested this item. I believe participation in the National Association of Counties is very valuable, both to the attendees and to the county as a whole. And personally, I would love to attend.
Are there any other commissioners that are wanting to go? I think we approved it for one, so we have one. Right. Commissioner Keller, sorry.
My question would be, is there any way to transfer my credit to take care of airfare?
Aaron?
No.
So why don't you go then? Where we got the airfare?
I could make it in July. You have two or one?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't see you, anybody see a problem with sending 3 if his airfare is already covered.
The item does use commissioners in the plural.
I'll make a motion, we send 3 commissioners to the National NACO Conference in July then.
I'll second.
Any further discussions?
Do you want to name the commissioners?
They can work with Jeff. I think we know who they are. I mean, Rob, you have any?
I don't.
I don't have any desire to
It
go.
won't be me.
So
So it's down to 4.
that was down to 3. I said no.
Setting on the NACO board, I just felt that
Yeah. I'm fine, I support.
I thought NACO paid for their members to go, their board members to go.
I think they paid the officers.
yeah, if you set on the.
Actually, I think it's.
Okay,
I think
okay,
they paid the
board.
presidents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so any further discussion? So that it would be for the 3 commissioners that want to go. Any further discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of sending Commissioners Keller, Henderson, and Hockaday to the National NACO Conference in July from the 21st to the 24th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
You guys are gonna miss night in the country.
Bummer, damn it, maybe you need to go. For possible action, approve 2022-2023 plan for the provision of indigent defense services. And that is going to be the county manager.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. So this is an annual plan that's required by Nevada revised statutes to go to the Department of Indigent Defense Services in the state of Nevada. The only thing we changed specifically was addressing bail hearings and how we do those provisions.
Discussion from the board, comments? Okay, looking for motion.
Chairman Gray, I'll make a motion that we approve 16B as written.
Second.
Any further discussion by the board? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
16B passes by vote. Item 16C, possible action. Approve a 3-year agreement with Walter Law Offices, PLLC, to serve as Lyon County's primary public defender in the amount of $1,087,000 a year.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Page, County Manager Director.
Whoa.
We're only up 150,000 from where we were last year.
Only?
You budgeted it at $150,000 increase during the budget process, again, back due to the bail hearing processes. So they're hiring on an additional attorney administrative staff to ensure that they have 7-day-week coverage for bail hearings.
Are they capable of providing defense for capital cases?
No, and there aren't any defense attorneys that we have that are under in the defense contract that are. We have currently an attorney appointed to a most recent homicide case that is death penalty certified. He will be bringing on the public defender second chair. Once that's done, if it does truly become a death penalty case, then he will be death penalty certified.
Thank you. Any others?
And we know it's a big number, Jeff, but every year it's still like, it's a big number.
So I will give you, if this was a county-run department, Elko County has a public defender's office. They're about $500,000 to $750,000 more than the DA's office. So
No, I was just pointing out, the sigh over here wasn't so much against who it was or anything like that.
Painful.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Commissioners, Eric Malofsky, Director of HR. Indigent defense has absolutely nothing to do with HR, but I'm an attorney and this is something I can help with. So over the past 2 years I have. There will be absolutely no fiscal impact to the county as a result of this increase. Under the state regulations, any amount that we spend on indigent defense above a certain cap is reimbursed by the state. And so this increase, which Mr. Walter will use to hire additional staff for the 48-hour rule compliance, as well as to keep his attorney pay competitive and that kind of thing, will be on the state's dime.
Good, let's spend their money. Can we up it more?
and part of the reason why we put in the budget process is the state legislature next session decided to change that formula.
Let's send them an unfunded mandate for once.
I'd like to.
Anyways, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 3-year agreement with Walter Law Offices, PLLC, to serve as Lyon County's primary public defender in the amount of $1,087,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a couple of seconds. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment online or in the chambers. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Eric, you're up again, sir. Human Resources, possible action. Applying for employee health, dental, vision, and life insurance coverage effective 1 July 2022 and authorize the HR director to sign associated contracts.
Okay, good morning again, or good afternoon. Eric Malofsky, Director of HR. So our process on this, we put out an RFP every January for medical, dental, life, and vision coverage. We get bids back from the market around March. We then do some negotiating back and forth with carriers to bottom out their pricing. We bring our recommendation of which carriers and which plans we want to go with to an insurance committee. It's a staff committee in the county. We invite the labor associations and people from essentially every office or department throughout the county so that we're getting fair buy-in or, fair opportunity for everyone to have a say. And then after that, we bring it to you guys for approval. What we're recommending this year is to remain with Cigna for medical, no plan design changes, to remain with Guardian for dental and life coverage, no plan design changes, and to remain with BSP for vision coverage. The Cigna plan will have a 4.5% increase over current year premium. For Guardian on the life and dental, we'll have 0% increase, and same with BSP on the vision, no increase there. All of these figures were built into the budget by Mr. Foley that was presented and approved last week. If you want, I can go into far greater detail about the bidding process, the bids we received, our efforts to everything that I had alluded to a little bit in the prior agenda item, all the due diligence that we do to make sure that we're getting a fair price and that we're setting ourselves up the right way long term. But yes, sir.
Mr. Brodsky, just wanted to make sure, are we able to get that life insurance issue corrected going forward so it doesn't crop up again?
So there's another agenda item, I think, it might be the next one that is going to address that.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Anyway, that's.
There we go.
Make a comment. That I am so pleased that we're not moving from Cigna. We've had other companies in the past. I'm very happy where Lake County is. The service is much better.
Agreed.
So,
Yes, thank
yeah,
you.
so I'm very, very happy.
Mr. Chair, if you'll take a motion, I'll be happy to make one.
I just want to check, I thought I heard Mr. Jacobson.
Oh.
Did you want to say something?
I was gonna make a motion. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the plans for the employee health, dental, vision, and life insurance coverage effective July 1st, 2022, and authorize the Human Resources Director to sign the associated contracts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item 17A passes 5-0. 17B, this is the one I was getting at. There we go. Possible action, approve revisions to personnel policies pertaining to casual employment and life insurance coverage, and authorize the HR director to execute corresponding changes to group life insurance contracts.
Thank you, Commissioner Gray. Eric Malowski, again, 2 changes. First policy change will allow us to be a little more responsive to our departments when they come up with a need for temp staffing. Our existing practice is to bring creation of all new positions to the board. Doesn't matter if they're temp, full-time, part-time, or otherwise. The need to get temp staffing in place quicker doesn't come up too often, but I'll give a recent example. Justice of the Peace in Dayton, Camille Beccarelli, needed a bailiff on short notice earlier this fiscal year, and wanted to hire a retired deputy Peebles for that task. Fortunately, we had years and years ago created a temp position for her to fill, but had we not done that, we would have had to come to you guys. And by the time we did that, the need would have passed. And so this policy would allow us to be a little more responsive when we get requests like that, to just allow the county manager to do it at his level. There's 2 important conditions under the policy that need to be satisfied in order to allow the county manager to create it. One is that there has to be a legitimate business need, and 2 is that there has to be existing budget for it. So in other words, it will not require any additional appropriation. So when those conditions are met, I know we're government, we love red tape, but this allows us to just get rid of one additional layer.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, or motions by the board?
I can do do you want me to do the second policy as well?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. So the second policy is for a group life coverage. We are changing our waiting period for law enforcement to first day. They get the gun and the badge day 1, and just in the event, hopefully it never happens again, but in the event something happens early on in their employment with us, we want to make sure that they're covered. We are requesting too that this change be made retroactive to 7/21, or excuse me, 7/1 of 2021, and that will square us on that personnel matter that was referenced earlier and discussed in closed session last meeting.
Well, with that being said, then I'm going to make a motion that we approve item 17B as presented by our HR director.
Second.
Any discussion?
There's always 2 of us right now.
Any public comment? And I just want to do a tip of the hat to all you guys that worked hard to figure out a way to make sure that was taken care of. It was a heartbreaking situation. It truly was. And it was great the way you guys got together and figured that out. So thank you.
Our broker deserves a line share of the credit for that.
I'll pass on our thank you to them. So thank you. Okay, any further board discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item 17B carries 5-0. Item 17C, possible action, designate the deputy district attorney position as a position for which there is a critical labor shortage.
So Eric Malowski, HR director. this is something that would allow us to hire PERS retirees in a deputy district attorney position. It would have no fiscal impact on the county. We would just pay them their normal salary and benefits, just like they were any other hire. This is a provision in the state statutes that allows PERS retirees to essentially still collect their retirement allowance and work for a PERS covered entity in the state. It's restricted to positions where there's a critical labor shortage. There are 5 factors in the statute that you need to address to find a critical labor shortage. Each one of those is addressed in the attachment to the agenda today. I won't go through that word for word in the interest of brevity, but in short, we source a lot of our professional talent for not only Steve's office, but the engineers, planners, other offices as well from the Carson and Lyon areas. It's very hard to get that talent to want to come to Lyon County for comparable wages, but take on the commute instead of just doing it in the communities they live in. And if they go to Washoe County, they can make even more money. So it's professional recruiting is always going to be an uphill challenge for Lyon County. And so the critical labor shortage submission just recognizes that it has data in there about the history and turnover of the position, other factors that are required by the statute. And so we're requesting that the board make designated as a critical labor shortage position so that it's one more avenue for us in terms of recruitment. Opens up the universe of candidates in the way.
Any questions for Mr. Miles?
There's no concern from the board. I'd like to make a motion, Chairman Gray, that we approve 17C, designating deputy district attorney position as a position for which there is a critical labor shortage in Lyon County.
Second. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion on the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 17C passes as presented. Item number 18A for presentation only, status update from county manager and staff with traffic concerns in the area of the Pete Henricks Road and North Bybee Lane, Burrington, including the process for evaluating and determining options for resolving concerns. This item was requested by Commissioner Hockaday. Mr. Hockaday, you want to open up with any comments?
No, I just read through here and pretty much the discussions we've had in the past, but for your final presentation on this.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Bay, County Manager Director. Mr. Holman couldn't be here today. He had another appointment. He did send me some information this morning.
Mr. Page?
Yeah.
Mr. Holman is online.
Oh, is he? Okay, well then good. I'll let him handle it.
Dustin, are you available?
At least his name's online.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Dustin Homan, road director for the record. Sorry, I'm actually on the road right now.
Are you driving or you stopped?
No, I'm driving. That's why I don't have a camera on.
Go on ahead and stop then. I'm not going to have you do this while you're driving. We'll turn it back over to the county manager, please.
So then result is we have no answer for you other than the engineer provided us with the cost estimate of $5,000 to do the study. And he believes, just based upon the information he has in front of him, that the warrants aren't there to put a four-way stop in.
Okay, this was a presentation only. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns for the county manager?
I do.
Please.
Chairman Gray. We have problems on Pete Hendricks, you know that, and the roads are deteriorating. We've got all kinds of different situations that go on there. But we still have a significant hazard. Speeding is a hazard, ID, Hendricks is a hazard. And basically what we're getting is, and we've got continue to have problems. Oh, well, I just don't think I can really accept that as an answer. We've had a couple of deaths at that intersection.
I don't disagree.
I'm just not sure.
You can hire more deputies to provide speed enforcement. If we can keep them, you can national standards according to the engineer right now, and he's got, if he's going to do the study, he'll do the study, but he's out the top of his head at this point in time. It doesn't mandate a four-way stop. My fear with the four-way stop at that intersection is you will kill more people in the short term because people will not be used to the four-way stop. We saw that when on Main and Goldfield and Main and Bridge, when they put the four-way stops in 15 years ago. I worked a number of accidents for a good 6 months on both those intersections, so people got used to the four-way stop. So that is challenge number one. Challenge number two, the biggest challenge we have is the public calls and says, I want my speed limit reduced to 25 miles an hour, 15 or 10 or whatever it is. The reality of it is those people that are speeding are going to continue to speed regardless of what the speed limit is. Until we have sufficient staffing in the sheriff's office to provide traffic enforcement on a regular basis on those roads, we're always going to have that challenge with speeders. Utilizing four-way intersections to reduce speed control is a tool, although I don't know that if it's the wisest tool or not. That intersection, to be quite honest with you, we would be much better off long-term planning, putting in some type of a different traffic control device, would be a roundabout or a different alternative other than the four-way stop. From our experience, those four-way stops wind up causing us more accidents than they solve. Same thing can be said about Miller and Iazzi. You know, I know the board said that they believe that curve would make it higher speed. It probably will, but we will have less accidents because the curve is designed to handle that speed. Those are the challenges that we face throughout the county. We're just using two examples in Mason Valley. I can give you a number of examples in Silver Springs of intersections where we have regular accidents on a regular basis because you have a straightaway that's a mile or two long on a gravel road or a chip seal road, and people are doing 50, 65 miles an hour and 25 mile an hour road. Again, we don't have sufficient staffing for enforcement of speed, and so we wind up doing a great deal of accidents until we just find out 30 people first. And then you have Highway 50 here. You could put troopers and deputies on Highway 50 from Mount House to Churchill County on a daily basis, and they would be writing tickets every single day for speed, even though they're out. I can't legislate the fix for stupidity. And so I understand your frustration, and I have the same frustration. Making it a local only road. Again, whatever regulations we come up with, who is going to enforce it? That's the challenge. So if the board, I mean, otherwise it's presentation only, we can put it on the next agenda if the board wants to expend the money to have the study done. But right now, it's only presentation, so there's no action the board can take at this point in time.
The last meeting, I believe, Mr. Foley made the point that we pay for a study, but the guy's gonna refer to the book. It says it's not worth it. So.
And I struggle with that myself. I mean, Commissioner Gray and I participated in one of the first end up in the foot meetings in the town hall meeting in regards to Fortune and Highway 50. It didn't meet the warrants, but the state had also put in a stoplight that didn't meet the warrants at Fandango in Carson City. And we were able to put that stoplight in. I don't know that it's reduced the accidents. We don't have as many, but the ones we do have there are pretty potent accidents over the years, right? And so I don't have a solution to how to get people to follow the what's required by a speed limit, short of violating Nevada's Constitution, putting up cameras and setting citations. But the Nevada legislature won't allow that to happen, so.
At that battle. So I don't know, I think it's kind of disconcerting. I agree with Commissioner Hockaday. We get told we can't do things an awful lot. It's no, 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 but no solutions are offered up as what we can do. And
I just gave you one. We can spend the money to do a study and put in a roundabout. That will slow the speed down.
so I'm all for it. I mean, if you want to put a roundabout in, I think that'd be a good way to slow it down and keep traffic moving. But again, isn't it the same thing? I mean, people aren't used to it. Aren't they gonna have an accident? And
we had the huge roundabout, in my view, the properly designed roundabout for once in Lyon County at 95A and 50. And within a short period of time of it opening up, we had a significant fatal fire. Those are the risks you're going to run anytime you change the flow of traffic. And I'm not saying that should be a factor either in support of or against. Just to understand that whatever we do to change the flow of traffic on any road that we manage, you're going to increase the likelihood of having accidents for a period of time. I look at the roundabout on Highway 50 at USA Parkway and the number of tractor trailer rigs that turned on their side, those kinds of things for the first 6 months because they weren't used to it being.
So the short-term cost may be beneficial in the long term. I don't know. I'd like to see it brought back to the study and
Chairman Gray, of course, the problem with the roundabout is property owners. That intersection is extremely small. That's why I was looking at four-way stop. You're not going to be able to buy off people. It's going to be, roundabout's going to be in the middle of the living room. So it's almost an impossibility.
My thought was if we design it where it was small enough that it's only used by automobiles and pickup trucks, we solve a couple of problems with our.
that's what, have you seen the roundabout, the new one on Highway 88? They've got a really itty bitty tiny one on 88 that, for the trucks that do need to drive over it, they can drive right over it, but it's right there by Douglas High School, just slow down that traffic by the high school, and I don't know, I'd like to see the item go back.
Yes, I gave a Douglas County deputy my autograph at that time.
There are other options too that may come in, if you just a yellow and red flashing light,
So, and I don't disagree, Commissioner Henderson, that the challenge we've had, so if you look at Miller and Iazon, we have every warning device that is known to man to make that intersection safe. I got flashing yellow lights, I got rumble strips. We thought about, hanging some fake dead bodies from trees in the area just to wake people up. And every weekend, or every week, we're doing 2 or 3 motor vehicle accidents out on Miller and Iazon.
About an inflatable motorcycle cop with a radar gun pointing down the road. All right, any other comments? Okay, this was all discussion only, so moving on to item 19A. Possible action, approving agreement with the Walker River Irrigation District to lease 9.38 acre feet of Lyon County Fairgrounds Incorporated store water rights until October 31, 2022, for $147 per each acre foot.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Page, County Manager for Record. This is an annual thing that we do with the irrigation district when the water rights that we have. In many years we've leased it. In some years we didn't because we needed the water. Now that at the fairgrounds that we have municipal water to the fairgrounds, we don't have the need for the acre foot water that we have out there.
Do we know who leases that? Sorry, Chairman, do we know who leases that, Mr. Page?
It goes to the irrigation district and it's just, it's kind of like when you apply for a deer
So
tag.
nobody can accuse us of the good old boy
Correct,
system of.
correct.
Okay.
That's all handled through Bert Ryan and his operation.
Perfect.
I just have a question on the $147. That's doing my math, that is 2,216.6 gallons of water per dollar. Is that standard?
I don't know. This is what the irrigation district sent to us. This is their lease program. This is approved by their board of directors.
Cover the taxes.
Yeah, they cover, basically that's what that's covered the tax.
So somebody's making money then along the way. I mean, what do our residents pay for 1,000 gallons of water here in Dayton?
Well, this is going specifically to ag.
It doesn't ag have to pay for the water?
No.
Okay,
I mean, they have an assessment that they paid the irrigation district.
yeah, no, that's good. And I understand it's what a beneficial use. They thought they were paying, so, okay. That solved my problem.
Yeah, just John, I just wonder if we're losing money.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve 19A, the agreement with the Walker River District to lease 9.3 acre feet of water from the Lyon County Fairgrounds Incorporated to store water rights until October 31st, 2022 for $147 per each acre foot.
Second. So we have a first and a couple seconds, as usual. Any discussion?
I do have one question on that. If they pay us up front, right? So let's say there's not enough water, let's say there's a 50% water rights. So they only get like let's just say for easy math, 4.5 acre feet of water, do they still pay us the full amount or just what they actually
They
get?
pay us $147 per acre foot.
So they have to pay, because we still have to pay those taxes on that. Right, all right, good.
Okay, any further discussion? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Item 19B, possible action, approve acknowledgement of transfer of water rights and sewer connections between Stan Lucas and Lyon County to allow water and sewer connections to be used at the Traditions Project in Dayton.
Steve Wright, DA. I don't see David Briquetta. I don't know. Oh, there he is. I can start off with this. This is dates back to an agreement that was done in 2017 involving a project that failed back in 2008 in the Great Recession. And so during that process, we reached agreement with it was a LLC that was involved with a bank in Utah at that time. The property was foreclosed on, repossessed by the FDIC, and somebody purchased it from the FDIC. So we ended up in litigation, the county and some others. And it was resolved with a certain number of sewer connections were part of the loans back in 2000s. And so as part of that resolution, it was agreed that the developer would be able to use those sewer connections on the property and some water rights. And then over the last few years, it has changed hands again. And now the developer has another project would like to use those sewer connections and water rights on that property. And in discussions with David Briquetta, the utility would prefer to do that rather than keep these on the books indefinitely. It would just clear these off the books and you can move forward with the regular connections. There's no additional financial impact. I believe that David's worked with the developer's representative to set up a process that he can ensure the county is protected, that these are not going to be transferred elsewhere or anything done with them until the property actually pulls a building permit. So he's made some arrangements regarding that. David's online now. I see him, so maybe he can make a few comments and then I'm available for any questions.
Hi, Chairman, Greg, Commissioners, David Briquetta for the record. Obviously, Mr. Rice summarized that very well. This would be it's a mutually benefit agreement. We do get these off of our books. It's something that NDEP considers as a commitment. So it's a benefit to us and it would be a benefit to the development also. So my recommendation is that we would approve this agreement, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions?
And I do see Susan Pansky, who I believe is with representing the developer on this project, if she has any comments.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Susan Pansky for the record, representing Stan Lucas. I don't really have anything to add, but I do want to just thank you for considering this request. As you know, Traditions is well underway and our first map just recorded, so we're anxious to get these connections off of our books as well, and we should be able to do that in the first 3 phases of Traditions. Thank you.
Any further discussion with the board? Any public comment? Okay, promotion.
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman Gray, to approve the acknowledgement of transfer of water rights and sewer connections between Stan Lucas and Lyon County to allow the water and sewer connections to be used at the Traditions Project in Dayton.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Recess to reconvene as the Willow Creek GID. I'll start with public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it's properly agendized. It's anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, but may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll go on to item 21A, contract for possible action, approve an agreement with the Walker River Irrigation District to lease 9.73 acre feet of Penrose GID stored water rights until October 31, 2022 for $147 per each acre foot. Any discussion on this item? Okay, for motion,
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement with the Walker River Irrigation District to use 9.73 acre feet of Penrose General Improvement District stored water rights until October 1st, 2022 for $147.
okay, any discussion? Any public comment? Saying none, we will take the vote. All in favor of agenda item 21A as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 21A carries. Public participation, is there any public participation to sign? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to reconvene as Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. Agenda requests. Mr. Hockaday. Ms. Keller,
Not at this time.
Mr. Jacobson.
I'd like to bring back February, for our first meeting in February, discussion or, I don't know. I would like to have other companies come in and at least give us a sales pitch. That's a lot of money. So I would request that our first meeting in February, we discuss our benefits broker and review the RFP. Not sure how to word that, but I would definitely, or even before then, if it takes longer for an RFP to go through. But it seems like February 1st to June 1st, we should really get that done. Put our benefits broker up to RFP. I can work with the language on that if need be. I know that's not a popular topic. I agree. We've got a great guy, but there's all kinds of great guys out there, great gals too.
Mr. Henderson.
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do have the one that I'd like to bring back, the resolution regarding election integrity, and I'll work on that some more on the next page, if that's okay. Okay, going on to commissioner comments. Let's start with Mr. Hockaday. Mr. Anderson.
You know, despite the packet that we brought in this morning, we had a pretty good day. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Jacobson.
I would like to piggyback up what Mr. Pate said earlier and just congratulate and thank Mr. Burr, Mr. Well.
We have a closed session today. Okay, we'll go to our final public participation. Anybody public comment? Chambers, meeting adjourned. Yeah, right.
Yes, ma'am. You don't